Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Wednesday, February 9th, 2005. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public, and we do invite you to join us. For members of the public unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast or heard on council phone. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session. And colleagues, today's a big day with a number of very important agenda items. I'm going to ask for your focus and attention here as we go through the agenda and dispense with consent items first. Madam Clerk?
First order of business, approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes moves. Mr. Labange seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Gruel moves, and Ms. Miskowski seconds.
Mr. President, this is the time for comments from the public on items not on council's agenda.
Let's go through the agenda, please, and dispense with consent items first.
On the regular agenda, item number 1 is an item noticed for public hearing, and the applicant consents to a continuance to March 18th.
Okay, members, any objection to continuing item number 1 to March 18th? Seeing none, so ordered. Next item.
Item number 2 is also a public hearing item. It's an ordinance regarding disestablishment of Reseda Village BID. Do you wish to hold that on the desk for 12 council members?
Let's hold ordinances on the desk, but let me first acknowledge that there are no speaker cards submitted for item number 2. Public hearing is open and closed. Next item, please.
Item numbers 3 through 6 are items for which public hearings have been held, and on item number 3, there is a correction that needs to be made. It is a permanent preferential parking district, not temporary as stated.
Okay, with that technical amendment on item number 3, items 3 through 6 are now before us, colleagues. Public hearings have been held. A motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearings. Mr. Labange calls item 5 special. Mr. Smith. 3 calls special for Mr. Villaraigosa. We do expect him today. Mr. Reyes?
Item number 6, please, Council President.
6 calls special by Mr. Reyes, leaving item number 4. Seeing no request to call item 4 special, let's open the roll on item 4, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. We now have 12 members present. Let's return to item number 2. If there's no discussion on item 2, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved as well. Colleagues, the next items include item number 7, 8, and 9, potential ballot measures for this May election. Let's call all 3 of those items special. That's 7, 8, and 9. Madam Clerk.
The next items then before council are 7 through 17. 10 votes are required for consideration. 7, 8, and 9 were already called special, leaving before council 10 through 17.
Okay, members 10 through 17 now before us. Public hearings are open and closed on those items since there are no speaker cards submitted for public comment. Any requests for specials, 10 through 17? Seeing none, let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
Next items are the closed sessions, 18 through 24, and there is a request on item number 18 from the city attorney to continue that matter for 1 week, February 16th.
Members, any objection to continuing item 18? Seeing none, item 18 is continued, and the balance of closed session items will hold on the desk for closed session. And if that does it, then let us, members, conduct a quick general public comment for today's meeting, and then item number 7 will be the first item that we take up from the items called special. Madam Clerk, if I can have a 10-minute clock, please, and call forward Melrose Larry Green at this time, followed by Margarita Fernandez, Patricia Mendoza, and Dr. Daniel Wiseman.
Good morning. Okay, you can turn the cameras on now. Thank you. Good morning. I wasn't going to come here this morning. I was going to sit home and listen to my favorite morning radio show, but no. I get this morning's LA Times as I'm having my coffee. 2001 Han donor gets $270,000 ethics fine. Front page of the LA Times. Somebody named Mark Allen Abrams has been accused by the Ethics Committee of money laundering, assessed the biggest fine, $270,000, one of Mayor Hahn's biggest contributors in the year 2001. He's filed a waiver because he can't admit criminal wrongdoing, because that way he could be prosecuted. Let me tell you right now, this man should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Page 1, Los Angeles Times. Here's his picture right here. Mark Allen Abrams. Mr. Padilla, you must feel a little bit like Dan Marino, because your record of $79,000 of fines by the Ethics Commission has been eclipsed by the new Peyton Manning. Mark Allen Abrams, $270,000. This stinks. It stinks because I ran for mayor twice. I know how hard it is to raise money. And let me tell you something, members of the public. Every one of you, white, black, Jewish, Protestant, Catholic, one thing a politician knows is where his money comes from. And of course, Hahn's going to say he doesn't have any knowledge, because if he had any knowledge, he'd be in jail and he'd be out of the mayor's office. Now, this doesn't matter who I'm supporting for mayor. It's got nothing to do with this. Everybody knows my politics. This stinks, but I'll leave the rest to the LA Times.
Thank you. Let me call the next
LA
speaker,
Times,
please.
page 1.
Margarita
I'm Melrose
Fernandez.
Larry Green. Excuse me. I spoke for 1 minute and 50 seconds. I'm
Yes.
allowed to 2 minutes.
We have other speakers
But
waiting.
I'm
sir.
allowed 2 minutes, and I'm going to take my 2 minutes.
Your
This
clock is ticking.
stinks. Every person in the city of LA watching TV, watching this, must make this guy Abrams accountable. Call the city attorney, call Rocket Delgadillo. That's my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Ms. Fernandez.
Mr. Padilla, Mr. President, council members. I am Margarita Fernandez, here with a quality of life, public safety, use of enjoyment of property, which are rights of every Angelino to enjoy. However, the people on Court and Patton Street in the southern end of Echo Park are being denied these rights by a private non-profit organization using a city-owned facility. Various city departments and CD1 know of the problem, yet the problem continues. The tenants of this facility at 303 North Patton Street seek to expand their operation by building a playground, case number 205136. The Department of City Planning issued a special variance, a privilege, with conditions on July 26, 2002 until August 12, 2004. On this date, we relied on City Department that it was 2 years for this construction to commence. If it did not, then of course the privilege would terminate and the process commence anew. On September 30th, 2004, an extension of 1 year was issued to this private organization. Why? The extension was given after the date of expiration, when we went in good faith and believed that it would be done with. On behalf of neighbors, I have informed various city departments via correspondence, pictures, phone calls of the continuous problems created by this organization on a timely manner. However, on Monday, 24th of January 2005, I discovered that correspondence and pictures submitted to city planning was not in the file. I also discovered correspondence supposedly mailed to me never arrived. Thus, with so many non-compliance issues known to CD1 and other departments, the privilege of this special variance granted to this organization, a non-profit, must be revoked, nullified, since the extension was issued after the date of expiration.
Ma'am,
This
can I ask you to
organization
conclude, please?
generates commercial traffic, noise, denial of use of enjoyment of property. Thus, you must take actions to ensure that any irregularity caused at city planning be corrected, and that when people are informed of procedures, these procedures are followed. Therefore, the people on Court and Patton Street will enjoy what they are rightfully entitled to, that of quality of life, public safety, and use and enjoyment of property, which are rights of every Angelino to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Patricia Mendoza, please.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Mendoza, and I live on Temple and Beaudry Street, just across the street from the Belmont High School. This message is for Mr. Ed Reyes and for everyone. I'm here because I am tired of being a landlord and not having any respect as a taxpayer, knowing that all the money, all the funds, and every council person that represents us in the community, they're always meeting with these nonprofit organizations. Why is that? I mean, I deserve respect, we all do. And I'm tired of all these politicians telling me, well, sweetie, it's a done deal and there's nothing you can do. That's what Jackie Goldberg said. When are we gonna get the right people that know what it is to live in our community that are poor and give us help? Start from the minor You're approving too many buildings being built. It's always about the people with the money and the power. And the little, like us, the little people that work for the minimum, we work very hard. We don't get nothing. We don't see a difference, Mr. Reyes. You lied to me regarding you were not aware about the Belmont High School and the Santa Monica Conservancy. And someone that tells me and has the nerve to tell me I don't know what's going on, why should I trust my council member and trust everyone else?
Ma'am, let me ask you to conclude, please. We have other speakers waiting.
We need someone to take your place, Mr. Reyes. It's enough. I'm tired.
Dr.
Let someone
Daniel
else
Wiseman,
help
please.
us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mayor Hahn. I'm here to make invitations to you today. This evening on Channel 25 Adelphia East Valley, the first public access TV program called Van Nuys Vision will show at 6:30. I hope those of you who have Adelphia in that neighborhood can watch us. I have extra copies for special members, and I'm sorry to see one special member not in attendance. I have here an invitation to a meeting on Friday in the Van Nuys neighborhood to address issues of the school that is being proposed on Van Owen and Calhoun Street, and the animal shelter which is being built on Van Owen and Lenox. We're hoping for a good turnout. We hope that some of you will know about this and will perhaps send representatives. We've made requests to the mayor's office, to Ms. Gruel's office, to Mr. Cartner's office, and here are the formal requests, one of which Mr. Hahn for his convenience and for all of you. I'd like to announce to my colleagues in this assembly who are part of the Your Neighborhood Council family that our second shooting will be probably 2 shootings on the 3rd of March. And so we're going to begin to put a series of public access TV programs on a variety of neighborhood council activities. Your participation, our interaction with you has always been welcome. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alan Wesley. Alan Wesley, followed by Nuke.
Hello, good evening. Alan Wesley. I'm here as a black man. I'm wondering how long will this so-and-so go on? You're killing us every day. You're falsely arresting us. I've been charged with everything under the book. Never done anything, but that's another story. What I'm trying to do is save my people, which is the youth, black in this America. It seems like it's a genocide against us, and the ones that are so-called in charge seems to turn the other cheek. I hate to sound like I'm upset or anything like that. I'm not upset. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. My young brother's in the streets getting ready to take it to the streets. And I know what LAPD would do to my brothers if they take it to the streets. So we got to come to some kind of solution to this problem. Your police got to be policed. They have to be trained. All the trainers will have to be disregarded. They are not training these police officers like they need to be trained. They are riding the streets in constant fear of black men who they know nothing about. And it's a scary situation. It's racial profiling to the fullest. They just killed a 13-year-old boy with no justifiable thing. I've heard so many stories about this. I wasn't there. I can't really speak on it, but I know a 13-year-old boy is dead. On the news a couple of weeks ago, they beat a guy with a flashlight. DA says they can't prosecute. Why? If anybody other than a police officer beat anybody with a flashlight for any other reason, he will be prosecuted to the fullest. I'm upset. I got to calm down, but I hope you guys take to what I say in heart, because my brothers in the streets are very upset.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
How's it going? My name is Nuke, and I'm a president of an organization called Major Game, and I feel that's what you need in this world where we got a lot of discrimination, you know, scaredness. I'm gonna call it scaredness. You know what I mean? Because not just blacks, whites, Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is scared. You know what I'm saying? And they got the police riding around with protect and serve on their car, which they've been riding around with on their car for years. But you know what I'm saying? What they doing, protecting themselves and serving us. You know what I'm saying? It's like you people with control here, but y'all kind of scared too. You know what I'm saying? Because brothers like me, you know what I'm saying, really not scared. You know, it's just for the simple fact that we know the cops that they call them, they got an upper hand. You know what I'm saying? They racial profiling and putting fear in other brothers' heart. You know what I'm saying? Reason why they won't be here. Like I should be here with probably 20 to 40 to 50 other black brothers. You know what I'm saying? But we acting like we can't speak and voice our opinion about what's real. You know what I'm saying? They've been killing. The killings from this youngster who just got killed, the 13-year-old dude from Latanya Harding to Irvin Landrum. You know what I'm saying? From LA County all the way to IE County. You know what I'm saying? And it's pathetic. Basically, that's all I'm here to say. You know, I'm not afraid of none of you guys or your positions, you know what I'm saying, because who was first will be last, and that's what all you guys need to realize, you know what I'm saying? You play in a position, and you still scared to speak up. Y'all don't even read half of the paperwork you get, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't come out to the public enough, you know? You're judging books by the cover, like you probably wouldn't think I should be up here speaking or feeling the way that I feel, you know, but if I was to judge the book by the cover, you know what I'm saying, I would be judging the guys who got these badges, you know, because that's who's doing the judging. That's why the racial profile, that's why we get pulled over sometimes for nothing. It ain't just us black brothers, you know, because I see it on TV too. I see white boys get things done to them that shouldn't be done. You know, they just do, they misuse their badge privileges, you know, and I want to know, I wouldn't mind meeting the guy who trained these dudes, you know what I'm saying? Do they have any physical training besides that gun, you know? Because that's the first thing they use, you know what I mean? They got billy clubs, they don't use that the right way.
Let me ask you to conclude,
You know,
please.
who trains these guys? Y'all need to wake up and remember, you know, God run this place called America, you know what I'm saying? Black, whites, we all here together, Mexicans, you know? But who first will be last, and y'all know us blacks, you know, the minority usually be last. We was last first. So either change yourselves or watch it change.
Thank you. This concludes general public comment for today's meeting. At this point, colleagues, as I mentioned before, let's take up item number 7. First, we are joined at this point by the mayor, Mayor Hahn. I think you want to address the council on item number 7. We have city staff here to speak on item 7. We also have several cards submitted under public comment. So let's hear from the mayor first, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll hear from, I'm sure our chiefs are going to be here, commissioners are here, and city staff is here.
Mr. President, members of the council, under the leadership of Bill Bratton, we've seen some innovative police strategies that have made our community safer. And in fact, by June 30th of this year, we'll have added 440 officers to the streets of Los Angeles over the last 4 years. And we've seen crime drop dramatically across the city. We have momentum. I don't want to lose that momentum. 440 officers is nice, but it's clearly not enough when we still have half the police officers per capita of cities like New York City, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. Honorable members of the council, today you will decide whether or not to allow the voters to decide whether or not they want to pay a half-cent sales tax to add over 1,200 officers to LAPD, to add vital paramedic and fire resources to make our city safer, to spend money on prevention programs and intervention programs so that young people aren't forced to have nothing to do but to choose bad choices. If we don't give young people good choices and they make bad ones, it is not all their fault. It's our fault. Why now? Because we can't afford to wait. We have the momentum now. We have the opportunity to reach my goal of making Los Angeles America's safe big city, and we shouldn't let politics get in the way of policy here. We need to move forward. We need to give people the right to vote, even if you don't agree personally that a half-cent sales tax should be used to fund more police officers. Let the people decide. 64% of the people in November here in the city of Los Angeles said they did want to pay more for more police officers. I believe they have that right to vote. I know there's some concerns from some that this tax would drive businesses away. We have one of the top retailers here in Southern California, who also happens to be a police commissioner, Rick Caruso, who says crime is bad for business. If you have an unsafe community, you're not going to have people shop there. Look, we're talking about adding 2 cents to the cost of a double-double combination in In-N-Out, $2 to the price of the high-end iPod. We're not going to drive business away. We're going to bring business to Los Angeles because we are going to make it a safer city. So I would urge you to give people the right to vote for a safer city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Misikowski, you're on the queue. Would you like to speak now, or should we go to public comment? Let's go to the speaker cards. How about 10 minutes on each side? Does that sound fair, colleagues? Madam Clerk, if you can put up a 10-minute clock. And let's start with hearing from Damon Asali, followed by Mark Anthony Johnson, Sanyika Bryant, and Francisca Porchas. Would you please come forward at this time?
Hi, my name is Damon Azali. I'm with Labor Community Strategy Center. I'm going to read a statement from February 5th, the Los Angeles Protective League statement about the Stanley Miller beating. The Stanley Miller case is a complex, and to frame it as anything else ignores the facts. News video shot from a helicopter from an angle and in the dark does not tell the whole story. The officers who were chasing him on foot in the dark were putting themselves at risk. This is their job, and this is why police officers are authorized by law to use force if necessary when arresting criminal suspects. He was hit 11 times, he was kicked, and a week ago they basically said that they weren't going to prosecute the officers. A couple days ago, Devin Brown, a 13-year-old, was shot 10 times in a car. So when I ask myself a really important question, and thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa, for actually listening, a really important question is, how much is a black life worth today? In the mid-1800s, my great-great-great-grandfather was sold for $600 on a list with livestock. This morning, I looked on the Kelley Blue Book's value of how much a 13-year-old boy's life is worth. For a 1992 Toyota Corolla, it is $3,450. It is obscene to think that a police department that can't stop from killing children is going to have 1,200 more flashlights to beat people with.
Sir, let me ask you to just pause for a second. I should have announced this before you started speaking. We have 10 minutes on each side, so I'm not going to put a limitation on individual speakers, but when the 10 minutes runs out, everybody on your side of this is going to be done. So you speak more, less speakers that agree with you are going to get a chance to speak.
Well, then let me just conclude by this. I will just urge the council people to actually vote no on this. More police in our community does not make us safer. For people in the audience, the brother who just was saying, I would recommend a new form of crime prevention. You can get it on eBay for $120. It's a digital video camera.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mark Anthony Johnson. I'm with the Bus Riders Union, and I'm here to urge the council today to vote no on this sales tax increase. This issue is constantly being talked about as a public safety issue. When the lives of poor and working class, people of color, immigrants, increasingly women are being criminalized more and more every day. Giving bus riders $250 tickets for eating on the bus, giving homeless folks in Skid Row tickets for sleeping on the sidewalk, the 1,200 arrests that have gone on Skid Row in the last 6 months, that's not public safety. Just last Friday, I was on the bus organizing, talking to this woman, Deborah, single black mother of 2. She was on her way home, trying to get to the Red Line. At night, it was pouring, raining. She caught a ride with this man who was generous enough to give her a ride, who she thought, the man started flirting with her. She thought nothing of it. They flirted a little bit back, got pulled over and was given a ticket for prostitution. Doesn't know how she's going to pay for it, has 2 kids to feed. This is not public safety. I just want to reiterate that Council Member Ludlow, I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate your initiative in pushing for prevention and intervention programs. But unfortunately, I don't see much success. I don't see much success happening when there's an increased criminalization going on every single day. 1/3 of all prisoners were unemployed at the time of their arrest, and many others were making $15,000 a year prior to their arrests. If this council really wants to protect and make our communities safer, you need to stop the criminalization of communities, stop this regressive tax going to take more and more money out of poor and working class people of color, and find other avenues to fund social services, education, healthcare. We have a statement that was given to all of you. I'm hoping you read it, take a look at it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Francisca Porches, and I am here on behalf of the Bus Riders Union to ask you today to vote no on putting this half-a-cent sales tax on more cops on the May ballot or any subsequent ballots for that matter. This tax increase would raise an estimated $250 million a year for police, jails, courts of Los Angeles, while at the same time, $7.3 billion are being cut from the budget for healthcare and social services. A half-a-cent sales tax to add more cops to the streets of LA is not the answer to make our communities safer. When women represent 1 million currently in criminal justice custody, either in prison, jail, parole, or probation in the U.S., about 1/3 of these women are women of color, Black, Latina, and Asian Pacific Islander. Nearly 20% of incarcerated mothers report being homeless a year prior to their incarceration. 60% of women in prison were not employed full-time. And they say, and 2/3 of them say that they were not receiving more than $6.50 an hour for their job. About 37% of these women had incomes of only $600 per month. And about 80% of these women were mothers or are mothers. And so our communities can only be safer when a mother can put a roof over her child's head. When a community can only be safer when a mother and a woman can make a living wage, have reliable transportation, have child care services, an opportunity to go to college. Once again, please reject this half-a-cent sales tax to further criminalize us and commit yourself today to real remedies to the conditions that create crime. Thanks.
Thank you. Have next Francisca Porches, Porter Thomason, Daryl Smith, Rodrigo Vasquez, Jim McQuiston, Dr. Wiseman, and we have about 4 minutes left on this side.
Hello, my name is Sinyaka Bryant, and I'm with the Bus Riders Union. Contrary to what the mayor has said, putting more police on the street will be disastrous for our communities. To us, more police means more murders, more beatings, more innocent people sent to prison without doing anyone harm. The police have a long history of brutalizing our communities. There are constant reports of the police targeting Black and brown people for murder and abuse. How many more crimes do the police have to commit before you realize they are a big part of the problem and not the solution? Black people fear the police as much as we do the gangs. In fact, the LAPD is often referred to as the most powerful gang in the city. We are always in fear of being beat up and sent to prison for things we didn't do. When we see the badge, we fear for our freedom and our safety. The police are like an occupying army. They come into our communities and terrorize us day after day. They have no investment in the good of our communities, and they come into our neighborhoods like hunters and treat us like vermin. How long will they be allowed to terrorize us? More police is the last thing we need. Please vote no on the half-cent sales tax increase.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Ron Gray with Another Way, Another Day Foundation, and out of respect for the increase for police, I'm not really speaking on that. I'm speaking on the increase for the taxes for the at-risk youth intervention impact programs that we have. Another Way, Another Day is focusing on correcting these behaviors, these criminal behaviors, these unacceptable behaviors at the school level, the high school level, the junior high school level. With the budget cuts that have taken place, we don't have the money. The money's not coming forth for these programs, so I'm understanding that 15% of the taxes raised will go to programs like ours. We need to do this. I understand what's going on in the city. I understand what the police are trying to do, but we got to do something for ourselves. So Another Way, Another Day is stepping up to try to take more responsibility for what is going on with our youth, because they are our youth. We got to do something. So we propose to generate funds through public donations and private contributions in order to expand our program to more community schools, juvenile courts, probations, faith-based, and other community organizations. The majority of the funds raised, and I'll pass this out to you later, will go towards the administrative needs of this program. Let's see, we address the behaviors that include domestic violence, substance abuse, criminal behavior, gang activity, peer pressure, reality orientation, we do group discussions, conflict resolution, and we actually have these children, these students get in touch with their positive side and begin to be creative and express those positive character traits. Most of the parents really believe that they can still save their children and that their children will become productive citizens. Our promise to you is that we will continue to stay committed to making a difference and bringing about a change in our families, our schools, and our communities. And our strength is your commitment to making our events possible. We're looking for a way to grow our projects, our programs.
Thank you for being here. And I paused the clock because we're currently hearing from speakers who are against what's before us. And then we're going to turn around and hear from the people who are for this. So introduce yourself, please.
What's up? I'm Froggy with the Youth Justice Coalition, and I'm here on behalf of everybody in the hood. I grew up in the projects in East LA. I stay in Watts now, and really I'm against any more cops out there. If anything, it should be less. And really, it was in the ballot to pass Measure A, and the people voted no, so you should respect the people's vote, and not try to come at us like that. And just make it nice and short and sweet. The only terrorist or gang member in the streets is the LAPD, and I said we put out an injunction for them.
Okay. I have cards against the proposal from Francisca Porches, Porter, Tommy Thompson, Daryl Smith, Rodrigo Vasquez, Jim McQuiston, Dr. Wiseman.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. I sit on the West Hills Neighborhood Council on the board. I am a chairperson of public safety. Back in January, I called a public safety committee to make a decision about this 1/2 cent increase in our taxes. And my committee quite thoroughly discussed it and passed that measure. We forwarded it in February, our neighborhood council to the full body to approve. Well, after some very, very serious and hard discussions, it was voted against. And I changed my vote, to be honest with you. I voted against it also, even though my committee and myself had voted for it. And I did that because several revelations came to the fore. One of them in particular, in our area, we have a joint council district of Mr. Smith's and Mr. Zines. At that time, Mr. Smith, Councilman Smith, had forwarded to me an item that he could provide and made suggestions in regards to the addition to the police force without any kind of increase of a 1/2 cent tax. And therefore, that was our commitment, and I speak for my council that we are against it. Thank you.
We'll make time for one more speaker. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Daryl Smith with the Bus Riders Union, and I just want to stop and tell you a story. I was at work, and it's a white community, and very seldom do I even see a police car in the community. And my employees were talking about how they had never been stopped or even excuse me for a minute, but they had never been approached for their warrants. They had never been arrested, and some had warrants at least or $35,000, and they were never taken to jail. But on the other hand, I have a cousin, and he had never been to jail. He doesn't have any records, and he happened to be sitting in a back seat of a car, and his friend shot someone, and they gave him life. My cousin, life. He had never been arrested, and that's all I want to say.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I forgot
Sir.
to put a pro or con. I'm representing a neighborhood council. I don't want to take time of the pro because that's not how we went.
Your name,
But,
sir?
James O'Sullivan.
Okay. Well, your card is in here, so we'll add it to the file. Thank you for being here.
Will I be able to speak in the?
District, could I give him a minute
Sure,
of my time
Go ahead. Just
whenever
go ahead
I
and
use
speak
it
now.
today?
You're at the podium. Go ahead and speak
Thank you.
now.
My name is James O'Sullivan. I'm the chairman of the Mid-City West Community Council. And we took a position against this and to support the Cops Now program. And to be honest with you, as my councilman often says, these are like freight trains coming down the tracks. Sometimes you jump on, and this is my personally, I don't know whether we landed in the first class, a cattle car, or the caboose. And we are urging this council to take the time to make the best decision possible. We only had one chance to listen to a panel 3 weeks ago. We got some information. This is just another case of something that's come very quickly, and we didn't have a chance to look at it. We voted last night, and we did vote to support the Cops Now program. I have every faith that Councilmember Laban, Councilmember Ludlow, and Councilmember Weiss, we're in 3 council districts, will do the best for the city of Los Angeles, but the position we took was not to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Sullivan's card is here with a for proposal box checked. Let me now call forward Paige Miller, Sharon Yarbrough, Kim Petrina, Howard Uller, Bill Upchurch, and I'll read off more names as we proceed to hear from people who are here for the proposal.
Hi, Paige Miller, community policing activist. The fact is, no one person is responsible for the city's inability to hire additional police officers. The city has had poor long-term fiscal management for many, many years. And now in yesterday's paper, it looks like there will be no additional funds or cuts, actually, in community policing. So let's face it, we're on our own. Chief Bratton and the LAPD officers have done a superb job working more efficiently with less while achieving positive results. The Police Commission has guided the department by tackling difficult policy and efficiency decisions head-on. I applaud Councilwoman Wendy Gruhl's effort to seek out government waste and put those excess funds in a special police job fund. Every city council person needs to follow her lead. I also applaud Councilmember Smith and Zine's efforts to creatively explore additional options for hiring new police officers. However, today, I also support the half-cent tax measure being placed on the May ballot for voters to decide, with the following provisions addressed. Number 1, clarify who will be responsible for the oversight. I want to make sure those monies are protected short-term as well as 5 or 6 years from now, when most of you will not be sitting in this room. Number 2, clarify how additional police officers, once hired, will be supported by the law enforcement infrastructure to ensure the ability to prosecute those criminals and a place to incarcerate them for their full term. And number 3, clarify and support City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo's sunset clause that allows for this tax to be null and void if replaced by another tax or if city revenues are enough to cover the city budget. Last but not least, and I know this will go over like a lead balloon, but it's okay, there should be no city official salary and pension increase until there is a fiscally sound budget. If we ask the public to step up to the plate, then you need to lead by example. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. I'm Sharon Yarbrough, Deputy Administrator for LA's Best After School Enrichment Program, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the organization in support of the 0.5% sales tax. I just really want to let you know the fiscal impact of what's happening with the organization. LA's Best has actually put together a strategy and also a projection as to where we will be by 2010. And at this time, beginning in fiscal year 05-06, we have funding from the federal government that will be sunsetting. And each year, we will be losing approximately $2 million of funding that impacts up to 2,000 children a year that attend the LA's Best program. I really just want to ask you to think about sustaining the program, sustaining a safe place for children to be after school, and to give the voters a choice to speak for safer streets and a safe place for children to be after school. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kim Petrina. I'm the Director of Public Information for LA's Best, and I am here to represent and urge you to support the tax initiative on behalf of our 21,000 students that we're serving currently at 130 elementary schools, students with the greatest needs and fewest resources in every single one of your districts except for one. On behalf of these children, their families, the communities where they live, and the tens of thousands more children who need a safe and supervised place to be during the critical hours after school and don't have it yet, I ask for your yes vote to allow the citizens of Los Angeles to decide for themselves. There are more than 400 elementary schools in LAUSD. Approximately 250 meet the qualifications to receive the LA's Best after-school program, and we are only in 130. So we've got a ways to go, and providing children with a safe place allows them to connect to their communities and make better choices, ultimately leading to safer streets. And this improves their ability to learn in a secure environment and also protects neighborhoods around schools. And passage of this sales tax is really the difference between a child engaged in positive activities with caring adults versus a child on the street. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Before hearing from the next speaker, sergeants, can I get your assistance in keeping it quiet back here? It's getting loud. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Howard Euler. I'm the president of the Central San Pedro Neighborhood Council. This initiative is consistent with our council's position for safer streets, so we're supportive of it. I want to just encourage the council to look past this gloom and doom, this chicken little theory of economics that we're going to drive business out of this community. That's in the worst of traditions. We don't need to be panicked. I'm going to shop in Los Angeles. I'm not going anywhere else. That's where I live. That's where I shop. My tax money will stay here. My final point is the issue of oligarchy versus democracy. We're asking you to give us the right to vote. Let the people decide. If you defeat this measure, if you say no, it's an oligarchical group instead of a representative group. Let us decide. That's the best tradition of democracy. If you believe in it, you'll vote our way. If not, don't claim to believe in the democratic process.
Thank you. We have Bill Upchurch, Douglas Smart, Pat McCosker, Ms. Sylvia Lynn Hawkins, Jay Handel, Lucy Delgado. Go ahead.
I'm an elected board member of the Northwest San Pedro Neighborhood Council, and since I'm a banker, I'm the treasurer by default. I also don't know what oligarchy means, Howard, but I think I agree with you. I don't think today is about whether or not this the issue should pass, the tax should pass. The issue is today is whether or not to let us decide. 64% of us in last winter suggested that we were willing to pay a higher price for what we perceive as safer streets. It's in my talking with people who are against it since then, they're against it because they don't trust us. Actually, they don't trust you folks. They don't trust you folks to spend the money as you say you're going to and as it was intended. So if the restraints, and not restraints, but if the parameters are tightened up a little bit so that people are comfortable that this money will be spent on fire and gang intervention and prevention and the police department, I don't think there's any problem at all with getting it passed. But it's our decision, folks. I don't think it's yours. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ms. Sylvia Lynn Hawkins. In voting in November, we said no on this 1% increase, but we have been past now maybe 4 months. I would say yes on hiring new police officers at this time because of the major disaster that have happened in Asia Sea and the protection of our animals and the protection of our ships and our wildlife is needed. Also, concerning on May the 17th election, we must remember our military that attacked Iraq in fighting these that we lost, but now we are growing more powerful with men's and women's and the new polices that are now being hired. We should also reward them with new police cars and uniforms and the color of our flag. Also, in the area of District Number 9, we are thankful for what our police department has done in cleaning up. Drugs, violence downtown has decreased. Sidewalk smells, they have cleaned it up so well. So we have seen an increase in our police since 5 months. Also, I'm very concerned about the demolition or the deleting of, in these new police cars that we are receiving, no computers.
Okay,
in the
let me ask you to conclude, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Doug Seamark. I represent the Gang Alternatives Program, a private nonprofit 501c3 corporation. I'm a citizen of the United States of America, a citizen of the state of California, a resident of the county of Los Angeles, and an Angelino. And when all is said and done, as an Angelino, I'm a part of this great experiment that we continue to hope will work, where diversity and inclusion and differences and common goals bring us to a greater place than is available to us anywhere else in this great nation. We cannot turn to our president to help us. His eyes and his heart are somewhere else. We cannot turn to our governor to help us because he would rather have what we have than give us what we have. We cannot turn to our county because our county is left desperate and destitute by our governor. So where does that leave us in control of our destiny? Well, that leaves us with ourselves. And as Angelinos working together toward a greater common good, we request, we demand the opportunity to take care of ourselves. And in order to take care of ourselves, we must be allowed to be enfranchised. We must be allowed to use our right to determine what we will pay and what we will pay for. This is one place we can do that finally. And we ask you respectfully to give us that opportunity.
Thank you. Let's hear from one more speaker, Mr. McCosker. And let me read into the file the names of other speakers here for the proposal: Jay Handel, Lucy Delgado, Luis Martinez, Larry Green, and Rolando Cuevas. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. We firefighters are very much for giving the people a choice on this half-cent sales tax measure for a whole lot of good reasons. You know, we certainly know that we need gang intervention programs in this city. I mean, we all need that. Firefighters, cops, ordinary people need to keep kids out of gangs if we can. We certainly need more cops on the street. We need those 1,200. I heard the mayor say that we're about half of the per capita cops to the public of other big cities in this country. Well, the same is true of firefighters. We're at half in Los Angeles City, firefighters as compared to the public per capita. This measure, if it passed, if the people decided they wanted to spend that half a cent extra, it would put the firefighters where we need them the most. The things that are covered by this, that are going to be specified by this, are keeping ambulances open at night that are closed right now. Let me tell you more specifically where those 15 ambulances are closed at night right now and where this money would go. Porter Ranch, Hillside Village, El Sereno, Knollwood, Granada Hills, Palisades Highlands, Sunland, Shadow Hills, Boyle Heights, Terminal Island, Eagle Rock, Wilmington, San Pedro, Glassell Park, Atwater Village, Cahuenga, Hollywood Hills, Studio City, Chatsworth, Laurel Canyon, West Hills, Coldwater Canyon, Encino Hills. Those are the places where the ambulance is not open at night, where you'd be better off having your medical problem during the day. That's where some of this money would go. The other thing it would go to is putting paramedics on ambulances, because we got 24 fire stations in this city where the ambulance is not staffed by paramedics but by simple EMT firefighters. And we all know we could use that, and we'd save hundreds of lives with that. Let me tell you where those places are. Mar Vista, Encino, San Pedro, Northridge, Studio City, Chatsworth, West Hills, Century City, Boyle Heights, Glassell Park, Eagle Rock, Knollwood, Hillside Village, Cypress Park, Cahuenga Pass, Porter Ranch, Sunland, Palisades Highlands, Encino Hills, Laurel Canyon, Porter Ranch, Coldwater Canyon, Wilmington, and Terminal Island. That's where you'd like to have a paramedic in the ambulance that shows up, but you don't right now, and the money from this half-cent sales tax would provide that. And you all know how important the issue of having properly staffed truck companies is. You've been helping us with that issue over the years. Well, we've got 12 left, 12 places in this city, and I won't go through that list right now, where when the fire truck goes out the door, there are not enough firefighters on board to work safely together to get the job done. And we're asking for that help as well. So we're very much in favor of letting the people decide about the half-cent sales tax measure, and I think that the people in the neighborhoods that I just listed would be very much in favor of it too. We will save hundreds of lives with the paramedics, the ambulances, the inside firefighters on trucks that this half-cent sales tax would put in place. Let the people decide about it, if you would. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for this item. I want to thank everybody else for being here. We now turn to council members' discussion, beginning with Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as we listen to a lot of the testimony, both for and against it, what we had was something we don't see around here very often, and that is a lot of citizens, individuals, citizens representing organizations, citizens representing neighborhood councils, chambers of commerce, but citizens saying, we have an opinion, we're speaking to you. Most of them asked, many of them asked, let us continue to speak. If we vote yes today, that's what we would be allowing, letting our citizens speak about what they think. The one comment to say it's been poor fiscal management that hasn't allowed us to build the police department, that doesn't jive with the constant bond ratings we've had, which said the city has the highest bond rating of any municipality in the country. We do have good fiscal management. We had a mayor prior to the current mayor who made public safety and growing the public safety in the police department his #1 priority in years of plenty. And we weren't able to hire the police officers under our current budget. It's because our citizens won't let us shut the libraries, not pave streets, not open our recreation park programs. There's a lot of other things we have to do, even making public safety #1. I believe that this proposal, which is saying let the people speak, based on the fact that 64% of our people said a short time ago we want to do that, this can be not only a better campaign, this is a better measure. Because again, members both opposed and for it, as on the public speaking, said what we really need are community programs. What we really need are intervention programs. What we really need are something to deal with our youth. This measure has that. The measure that we voted on in November did not have that. We hear people talking all the time about the #1 resource of calling for paramedics and ambulance. This measure has that. The other measure didn't. Members, we have disagreed from time to time on a number of matters, but generally we do not disagree when we say let our people speak. Let the citizens say what they feel. Let us work hard. Let us have the debate out there in the community on this program, on this matter. Public safety is our #1 priority. We say it, our neighborhood councils say it, and our neighborhood councils generally in being asked this question, are there split views? Yes. But did the majority say to us in this recent round, let us vote, put this on the ballot? The majority said yes. That's what we're asking with this vote. I believe it makes sense. I believe it makes sense with all the other economies, all the other programs, all the other innovations that we will fiscally move forward to say it will be a challenge and it will be a team, but with new guaranteed revenue, we can start something and then finish something and really succeed in this city, which we have not been able to do for the last 10, 12 years where this has been our goal. So I am asking for an aye vote on this matter, which is the ballot resolution before us today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Misikowski. Our next speaker is Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, members of the council, Mr. President. I'm not going to speak a lot about this today. We talked about this at length last week. I just want to point out once again, there's nobody here that is opposing getting more officers for this chief to do his job. It's a matter of how we go about it and how we pay for it. We discussed that at length last week. The only thing that's changed, ladies and gentlemen, in the past week is the public support for it is eroded immensely. And I sent each of you a public memo on that. If you've read it, if you haven't read it, please read it. The support for this is not even 50% anymore. This is a project that was brought to the voters just 3 months ago. People say, let us vote. We had a vote 3 months ago. The voters said, under state law, there's not enough support for it. And since that time, erosion has been tremendous in support of this. It is not going to pass. Let's get on with doing the right thing. That is the alternative proposal that we brought for you that will get this chief the officers he needs for the next year, that keeps our academy full for the next year, and gives us another opportunity to get into another budget year and see what the situation is and what we can do. And if we can find more efficiencies like Ms. Gruhl wants to do, if we can find better ways to fund our police department, as I think we can do, let's just go forward with the resources we have now, utilize the federal grant that we have now, because the half-cent sales tax will not be able to use it, and the federal government's going to discontinue it. Let's go forward now with what we have in our hands, and that's the $66 million from the state. Let's fund the 278 police officers now, keeps our academy full for a year. Let's just move forward. The voters have spoken. Let me repeat that. The voters have spoken. It's time to move forward and find a better way to do it until we can build up more public trust and more support for other alternatives. Let's move forward today with what we have in our hand, and that's the ability to fund this, the alternative proposal, which we have before us, which will be next. Let's turn down the half-cent sales tax. Let's just vote.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Councilmember Labange.
Thank you. On my time, please, the people who got shut down, they ran over time. You got 3 minutes. Real quick, Ms. Delgado, you go first. Ladies first, Jay.
It was a balance of 2, but we'll add an extra minute for you. All right, go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Delgado. Good morning. My name is Lucy Delgado. I am the Vice President of the Mothers of East Los Angeles. It gives me great pleasure to be here this morning to speak to the Honorable Council of the City of Los Angeles. One of the most important problems that face our city, as you know, crime has become a national tragedy, so much that the President has created a new Department of Homeland Security. In order to identify and eliminate acts of terrorism against our citizens, we have come to realize that terrorism, which used to be a foreign word, has now become a household word since the attack of the World Trade Center in New York City. Yet in Los Angeles today, we have protected our airport and our harbor with the help of the federal government. Communities like Boyle Heights, which is a community in which I live and which I love, face urban terrorism on a daily basis. The report today on the Hollenbeck Police Station account for 7 homicides since January the 1st. It is the shame of the community to be listed as a leading crime capital so early in the year. Although city-wide reports indicate that crime is down citywide at the rate of 1 homicide per week, to prepare to deal with crime as a form of terrorism, we are building a new station at Hollenbeck. However, under the present budget allocations, we will not have the needed personnel or the number of units needed to fight crime on the streets of our community.
You got to wrap up because we only got 3 minutes.
Okay. I urge you to support the HAVE tax proposal, which will help to increase the number of police in Boyle Heights. Never mind the HAVE, make it the whole penny. If you are serious in eliminating crime in Los Angeles today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Jay Handel, 20 seconds.
Jay Handel, President of West LA Chamber of Commerce, serving from Rancho Park to the Santa Monica border, from Mulholland down to the Culver City border. Very quickly, what's the problem we have? Culver City, 4.8 square miles, 166 sworn policemen. Santa Monica, 9.3 square miles, over 200 policemen. Beverly Hills, almost 9 square miles, almost 200 policemen. West LA Police Division, 64 square miles, 202 sworn policemen. We want to know why we're not protected? You want to know why there's been no focus on public safety in our city? Look at yourselves. If you vote this down not to give us the chance to vote today, business is going to look at you as the people who turned us down for public safety. You want to bring business, you want to bring revenues, you want more policemen. Councilman Smith's proposal is a good start. The sales tax really works. We need to bring more policemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Real quick, Mayor Hahn, Chief Bratton, and the women and men of the police department, you have my vote. And also, Councilmember Antonio Verdegosa, 74% of your constituents, including myself, voted for the last proposition for more cops. And if you're in tune to our community, we need more cops to get those gang members off the street. And for anyone to say here, we don't need cops, don't call them when you're a victim, because I will. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Billy Yang. I am the son of recently deceased merchant Jay Yang, who was murdered a week before Christmas. And I had several things I wanted to say, but most importantly is that for the men and women of this department to do their jobs efficiently and to keep our community safe, I think you cannot put a dollar value on the additional men and women to prevent these types of crimes from happening. And I just want to say I throw my vote out there. I think the men and women bravely do their job day in and day out, but we definitely need additional police presence out there to prevent crimes like this from happening. Thank you.
Okay. This will be our final Laban speaker.
I'm Luis Martinez. I represent the Comité de Padres on Boyle Heights. And we are for a half a cent raise tax. I know we want to pay more tax, but we want to have more police, and we like to see the police chasing the drug sellers and killing each other at Boyle Heights and not catching illegals at the airport.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Labange. Our next speaker will be Councilmember Hahn.
You know, this might be a good time to have the Chief of Police, Chief Bratton, to come to the table and address us.
Chief Bratton, if you'd like to come to the center table, Chief Bratton. Like to share any thoughts with the council this time. Thank you.
Good morning. As you're aware, I normally speak extemporaneously to this group, but because of the importance of the events today, I wanted to make sure that I got all my points across, so I'm going to take the liberty of reading from prepared remarks. Today I come before you, the members of the Los Angeles City Council, with a sense of both urgency and sadness. My sadness, like yours and many people in the city, is great this morning due to the death of Devin Brown, a 13-year-old youth from South Los Angeles, this past Sunday morning. While we do not yet know if our officer was in fact sufficiently threatened to warrant his use of deadly force, and we have an extensive investigation underway to try to make that determination, we know without question that we have lost the life of a young boy who was trying to make his way into life without being sucked into the violence and gang mentality of some of the meanest streets of this nation. This event reminds me that as Chief of Police, I have two fundamental responsibilities. My first responsibility is to protect and serve the people of this city by delivering police services that are both effective and accountable. This means that within our current resource limitations, we must deliver the highest possible level of protection from the ravages of crime while maintaining proper standards of lawful and respectful police behavior. My second and equally important responsibility is to do all in my power to make certain that the men and women of this department have everything they need to do what is, in some parts of this city, the toughest police job in America. That means I have to make certain they have the equipment, the training, the right policies and procedures to enable them to do their jobs as safely and effectively for all concerned as possible. It also means that I have to work to make certain that this police department has enough officers to assure safety for our officers as well as for all members of the general public. While I have willingly accepted this responsibility since becoming Chief of Police, ultimately the responsibility for more police rests with you, the elected officials of this city. And that is why we are here today. I wish that I could just wish more police officers, I think in the plan of action that you have all gotten copies of, I made a very strong case for more police officers. I identified what we would do with those officers in each and every one of your districts. But I can't just snap my fingers. You are the only ones that can make it possible. And through your vote today, you can allow your constituents to make the decision. That's all we ask of you today. Let your constituents decide. Frankly, if police officers in this city are not confident that they have the means of protecting each other at all times and under all circumstances, then they cannot do an effective and safe job of protecting the general public. And I repeat, that is the decision before you today. Will you hire enough police that we reduce the fear that our police officers feel in the streets as they go about their duties? Large segments of the population in the city, especially in the African American community, have in the past been victimized by this police department. People have been victims of brutality and more frequently disrespect. In years gone by, that has been the result of systemic racism. This morning's LA Times profile on former Chief Parks and now Councilmember Parks eloquently speaks to the racism that he and his father experienced within the ranks of the police forces they so ably served. So it is alive and well and shapes so much of what happens in this city. I also believe improper treatment of the public has been made more likely by not having enough police officers to assure officer safety at all times. Too few officers for too many years created a culture of aggressive policing in this city. We cannot expect a true and lasting change in the culture of the LAPD until the body politic of this city, you, gives our police officers what they have a right to expect. Enough officers to guarantee to the highest degree possible their own safety and ultimately that of the people they are sworn to protect and serve and who they want to protect and serve. Nowhere is this more true than in the South Bureau. If it were a separate city, our South Bureau would be the 17th largest city in this country with a population of almost 700,000. Compared to all the 235 cities with a population of 100,000 or more reporting crime to the FBI, South Bureau in recent years would have been the most violent city in America if it was a separate city, with the 5th highest level of murder, threatening to spread its murder and mayhem to the rest of LA and to the county and Long Beach and beyond. Even with reductions of 12% in murder and 16% in violent crime since 2002, the national position of South Bureau has not dramatically improved. Most of us do not live in that area of the city, but 700,000 people do. And over the last several days, they have clearly voiced their concerns that they want something to change. But to create the change they want, more safety for themselves and their children, and the safety of the police that work in that area, we just simply need more police. As South Bureau goes, ultimately goes the rest of this city. That is quite clear. Ultimately, we must have enough officers to dismantle the gangs that are threatening the lives of the residents of entire neighborhoods, that are sucking innocent children into lives of indescribable violence and degradation, and that are increasing the danger that our police officers face every day. As we spelled out in the plan of action we delivered to you in October, we need 3,000 officers. We are asking at this time for 1,260. The vote today, as a result of the incident on Sunday, has more poignancy. We have seen over the last 2 days the outrage of a community that feels that it is not being policed either appropriately in terms of numbers of officers or effectively in terms of the way that our officers feel they must police in this city. You have the opportunity today. You are at a crossroads, as this city has been many times in the past. You have the opportunity at that crossroads to go over the precipice, vote no, and create no change. And so with each incident, we risk this city going up in flames once again, which it has twice in its recent history. Or you have the opportunity to put us finally on a road that will make this the safest large city in America for all of its residents. People of South Bureau deserve more. Your constituents deserve more. My cops deserve more from you. I am here today to plead with you. I have met with each and every one of you. You have given your reasons for the anticipated vote that you're going to make today. I am respectful of that. I am certainly respectful of you. You all care deeply about this issue. But as the events of the last several days have proven, the ball is now back in your court. You have the opportunity to make history here today. I hope that your vote is for more police. If it is not, we will continue to work hard, because that's what we do. But I'd like to have the opportunity to work harder and to prevent incidents like last Sunday, to prevent incidents in which my officers are assaulted and injured. You have that opportunity today. I implore you to make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Bratton. Continuing on, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'll also use my time to invite Commissioner Caruso up to the table to make remarks. Stop the clock.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, members of the council, I appreciate your time today. Under Chief Bratton's leadership and with your assistance, we have grown the police department and we have put more resources in the field. But we have maximized our resources, both in terms of police officers and technology. Yesterday, I felt compelled to issue an apology both to the African American community and to this city at large. I issued an apology because I feel that we have failed them. I'm not putting this at your laps or anybody else's, but when a 13-year-old boy is cruising the streets at 4 o'clock in the morning in a stolen car and gets into the situation that he got into, this community has failed him. I thought about when I got the call and the notification Sunday morning about my own children. And but for the grace of God, we live in a different place under different circumstances. Why am I so intent? Why am I so committed to spend the kind of money that I'm offering to spend and the time I am offering to spend to make this a reality? Because I would like to have every child in this community have the same opportunity that my kids and other kids have to live a life that gives them options. And that's really what we're talking about. I tell my kids that doing well in school and being a good person is all about options. Options allow you to make choices. I'm not quite sure this 13-year-old boy felt he had many choices given the circumstances that surrounded him. I am convinced that we have hit a wall. We have an amazing chief of police. We have an amazing fire chief. They are doing the best they can with the resources they have. But the reality is, they are asked by all of you to do their job with one hand tied behind their back. The resources of more police and firefighters and paramedics, and most importantly, gang intervention, are going to give children, the next generation in this city, more options. The last campaign that people turn to and talk about as somewhat an excuse or cover for not supporting this was quite frankly a failed campaign. And the elephant in the room today is the politics that somehow surround this. But I would ask you, as Chief Bratton had asked, to let the politics out of this discussion. Some claim that their polling concerns them because it may affect their reelection, that raising taxes would hinder their ability to be reelected. The reality is rising crime is going to be much more disliked than rising taxes. I'm sitting here as a father, as a businessman, and a police commissioner. And on all three counts, I urge you to support this. As a father, I hope that all children in this community, as corny as that may sound, have those options to succeed and do well in life and live up to their dreams. As a business person, I don't believe for 1 minute that people are going to leave this city to spend their dollars In fact, I believe just the opposite, and we've seen it happen in New York and in other places around this country. By providing a safe, clean, desirable business atmosphere, more businesses will come to Los Angeles, more people will spend their dollars, and this city will thrive. Look around you. Look around of how many headquarters have left Los Angeles. Look around of how many jobs have left Los Angeles. Travel around the country and look at the major cities, Boston, Miami, Chicago, and look at the new development that is being built in those towns. It's not happening in LA. When was the last time you saw a bunch of cranes in the air building new buildings? It's very sparse here. We need to re-energize this city. And the way to do it is to send the message that this city takes it very seriously, the safety of its residents and its workers. It will benefit this city. A safer city is good for business. The last point I'd like to make is just the pure, simple request, and actually plea, to at least give the voters an opportunity to make a choice. They're smart, they're intelligent, they will be able to take the information, they will listen to the debate, they will be able to understand the message and make a decision. And quite frankly, if you vote no today, I would also ask you at the time you're voting no to tell your constituents and the residents of this city what your plan is, what your option is. What are you going to do for the long term? Not for the next year, not for the next 2 years, some intermediate funding. What are you going to do for the long term? And if you think an interim funding is going to help, can you imagine trying to recruit officers that are not guaranteed a source of income to pay their salaries? Who would take that job? And if they would take that job, would you want them on the streets protecting your neighborhood? That must mean they're desperate. So I would ask for your support to allow the democratic process to go forward. Give the tools to this man next to me and the fire chief to do their job. God forbid any of us will be in a situation that we want to have that paramedic showing up or that officer at our door to protect us, and they're not there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also use a couple seconds to invite Chief Lamatri to come to the table. Stop the clock. Stop the clock, Alex.
Thank you very much. I think only this council could plan to have a vote as important as this on Ash Wednesday, and know the ashes on my forehead were not designed to get the Catholic vote, because if I had the Catholic vote here, we wouldn't be debating this here today. This is an issue that I'm very passionate about, and because there are a lot of things that have been talked about the last 2 weeks. In particular, everyone has stated that they are in support of more police officers. So at the risk of turning into a Tom LaBonge, I'm going to be a little historical here and a little nostalgic. I'm going to open with a quote on a tough day, a tough decision, a quote that was given to me by my wife that I have framed in my office 10 years ago when I became the fire chief. It's a quote by John F. Kennedy. Of those to whom much is given, much is required, and what at some future date in the high court of history sits in judgment on each one of us regarding whether, in our brief span of our service, we fulfilled our responsibilities, our success or failure will be measured by the answers to 4 questions. Were we truly people of courage? Were we truly people of judgment? Were we truly people of integrity? And were we truly people of dedication? This is a tough issue that's before you here today. I didn't prepare any comments, and I'm going to draw on the things that have happened in just the last few days for my comments. It is the beginning of Lent, which is a time in the Catholic faith for reflection on your lives and on your priorities. Today, as I was listening in the cathedral to Monsignor Kostelnik, he talked about turning to those priorities. 10 years ago, I was appointed fire chief under the Reardon administration. I look around this horseshoe, there's only one person that was here 10 years ago for that, Cindy Misakowski. And the issue at that time when Mayor Reardon came into office was more police officers. And every department in the city suffered cuts and reductions in order to provide more money for more police officers. Here we are 10 years later. As Yogi Berra would say, deja vu all over again. We don't have any more police officers in 10 years, not for lack of good intentions by the council, by many of you, in trying to supply those police officers. Yesterday, the federal budget comes out. There's no promise there. There's no promise at the state. The county is struggling. As was stated before, it's going to be up to the citizens of Los Angeles to determine whether they're going to pay for more additional police officers and how that's going to be paid. Again, because you all support more police officers, I'm not going to dwell on that issue. It comes down to the politics. Let me tell you about some of the politics I've dealt with in the last 2 days. Yesterday, late in the afternoon, I had to go get my glasses repaired and replaced, and I went into Dr. Carl Melnick's office out in Greg's district, who is the center. I walk in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's 25 people waiting in his office for service. I sit down, and I'm in uniform. First person comes up to me is a young lady, a middle-aged lady that introduced herself to me, which I remembered, who was a teacher at Monroe High School when I moved out to the Valley 9 years ago and enrolled my son. Actually started a program, and my son later went to Monroe High School, and she started the fire program for us. She's retired, and we started talking about the school district. She reminded me over the next 6 years, LA Unified School District is going to build 159 new schools. They're going to require to house, to teach 15,000 new students each year for the next 6 years. When my son went into Monroe High School, we had leased a home out in the valley while we were looking for a permanent residence. He spent his first year at Monroe because that's the district that we were in. The second year, his sophomore year, we had bought a house, and we're in Granada Hills district, and he went to Granada Hills. That first semester at Monroe, they had a drive-by shooting, and a child was shot outside in front of Monroe High School. I held my breath, 1 year removed. At Granada Hills High School, a tremendous reputation as a high school, he had to share a locker with 4,000 other students in that school. What this lady told me yesterday as we were lamenting about too many students and not enough area, she made a comment to me that stuck with me all night. She says the problem is every student has a name. Every student has a name, but they're just a number in school. There was a name yesterday, Devin Brown. The way we found out about his name is after he became a victim, a 13-year-old child, a child. Doesn't matter what he was doing. We've all been in that situation. We've all been in a case where we've done things that we could have been held accountable for, and for the lack of the circumstances, we were, by the grace of God, survived. We'll never catch up to this race. What's happening today, as I was talking with Chief Bratton, is both the police and fire department are in a reactionary mode. We only respond when something happens. We're not in a position to have the resources to prevent some of these things. This half-cent sales tax offers the opportunity through Councilman Ludlow's element of prevention that's going to be so important. It's going to be so important, especially in the initial phases where we can't hire enough police officers and can't hire enough firefighters fast enough to put them in place. It's something that's going to be extremely important. Let me draw on one more story that happened in my career that again brings out the need that we can't keep putting this off. When I was a battalion chief, I worked down in South Los Angeles, responded to a call of a shooting. It was a robbery at a convenience store where the robber came into the convenience store, asked for money, and then shot the shop owner. This store was a hardware store. As I was standing there and we were dealing with the paramedic incident, a little boy, about 8 years old, rode up on a bicycle, turned to his friend on the bicycle as they looked at this dead corpse lying in front of the doorway. He said to his friend, "Come on, you've seen a dead body before." I'm going to get through this one. This was the same store. It was a hardware store when I was 8 years old. Drove my bicycle with my sister, 7 years old, to buy a mailbox for my mother on Mother's Day. It was about a mile away where Councilman Parks used to live and lived in the neighborhood that I grew up in. My mother was worried because of the traffic, and I got chewed out because of the traffic. These two young boys today have to worry about their life, 8 years old and 7 years old. It's something that we take an ownership interest in. We're not here today asking you to vote yes or no on this motion, on this half-cent sales tax. We're asking you to vote yes, to put it to a vote so that we can continue to take this opportunity to sell the public. I'm here asking you for a task that I wouldn't offer to my worst enemy, to try to make an uphill campaign over the next 2 months to close a gap between 50% to 2/3 when it's difficult to get 2/3 for anything. Again, I think this is an important decision and it's going to have far-reaching impact. If you don't allow this vote to go forward in May, the earliest will be in November of 2006. By the time the half-cent, if it passes countywide, by the time we start to collect that half-cent sales tax 6 to 8 months later, it's going to be another 3 years down. By the time we hire those police officers, none of you will be here for that. By the time those police officers come to bear, and we will have another 40 to 50,000 students that are in school that are at risk. It's something we can't afford to wait. Even if it doesn't pass, we can't afford to wait. And that's what I'm here to implore you. I'm going to finish with one more quote. And this one hit me with the calendars that you've all received in the New Year's. It's a quote by Mark Twain. 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed by the things that you didn't do than by the ones that you do. So throw off the bowlines, sail away from the safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sails, and follow your hearts. I ask you to give us the opportunity to campaign for this successful passage. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Members, and I appreciate using a few of my seconds to have Chief Bratton and Commissioner Caruso and Chief Amatri. I think that was very important to hear from them. Everyone knows how I feel about this. There's no doubt that I believe, and we all believe, that we need more police officers. But I believe that this is the way that we achieve the goal of hiring more police officers, having more gang intervention programs, having more paramedics, having the 24-hour ambulances. This is how we do it. And what does a half cent really mean? Is it really going to drive people out of our city? Is it really going to put an unfair burden on our consumers? Is it really going to make Los Angeles business unfriendly? Let's look at this. If you got a $3 Starbucks in the morning, that's 1.5 cents. If you went and splurged on a $6 In-N-Out double-double, 3 cents. If you decided to go out for a dinner and a movie, $60, 30 cents you would be paying extra. Okay, what if you splurged on a $100 DVD player? 50 cents is all you'd pay extra. Okay, what if you decided, a woman or a man, to splurge and buy a $300 suit? $1.50 is all you would spend extra on a half a cent. Some people say, well, it's the big ticket items. It's the cars and the refrigerators that'll cause people to drive outside of our city. Okay, say you bought a $600 refrigerator. $3 is all you would pay extra in a half a cent sales tax. What about a car? Okay, you bought an $18,000 car. You only pay $90 extra. Would that really compel you to drive to another city to buy that? Okay, what if you bought a $30,000 SUV, which I hope people aren't spending that kind of money on those kinds of cars, but you'd only spend $150 in extra half a penny sales tax. But what does that get us? Here's what we get for those pennies. We get $200 million that's generated annually to the city of Los Angeles. No other proposal on the table generates that kind of money annually to the city of Los Angeles. That gives us $170 million to hire 1,200 new police officers. That gives us $20 million to train new paramedics, 144 new paramedics, and hire 36 new firefighters. And here's the great one, and thanks to Martin Ludlow for really making sure that this was in this proposal. It gives us $30 million for gang prevention and intervention programs. And everything we're hearing about in this city is related to gang violence. We can have more gang injunctions. We can have more police officers. We can really work on rounding these gang members up. But why don't we try to prevent our kids from joining gangs in the first place? And I have expanded a gang program in every one of my schools in the 15th district. Doug Seamark was here talking about that. But unfortunately, Devin was not going to school in a school that provided a gang alternative program. That might have changed his life dramatically. And look what this gets you. In the West Valley, that's 91 new officers. East Valley, 123 new officers. West LA, you get 169 new officers. East LA, 216 new officers. South Los Angeles, Martin, Bernard, Jan, that gives us 327 new officers in South Central. Greg's proposal only gets us a little over 200 officers one time citywide. Downtown, this should be important to the downtown businesses, 162 new officers. And in the harbor area, we get 88 new officers. I have been a supporter of this since the very first time Sheriff Baca proposed a half-cent sales tax. People deserve to feel safe in their homes, in their neighborhoods, in their businesses. When the mayor asked neighborhood councils what their priorities were, it was almost every single one of them said public safety. Nothing matters, council members, whether we build new libraries, we build new schools, we build new parks. It doesn't matter if people are not safe in Los Angeles.
Ms. Hahn.
Okay, you know what, I'm going to push my button again.
Okay, thank you.
I have a lot more to say.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me thank Councilmember Hahn for taking us back to school on that. And to the two chiefs and our commissioner, thank you for being here and the comments that you've made. This could be a very difficult day for all of us, but this is actually a day that I believe we all, at the end of the day, are going to be very proud to actually be on the Los Angeles City Council. It's very difficult to speak, quite honestly, about some of the things I was going to say following both of the comments that you all made. And it's difficult to not be emotional about this issue. Tony Cardenas, who seconded my proposal on the Department of Urban Affairs, Councilmember Gruhl, who has been very anxious to join that committee to start talking about the issue. Every single member on this council right now is sort of at a moment. We've had some polling that's been taken. We've had a lot of discussion, a lot of debate. But I think that if we don't take this moment to, in the words of a couple of people that have been speaking already, put aside everybody that's approached you in the last 3 weeks on this issue and really go back to the moment that you were going door to door. Really go back to the moment that really moved you to come to the LA City Council in the first place. I'm going to take just a little different approach because I think the comments that have been made are very appropriate. I want to take just an economic approach for one moment. I just met with a national retailer in an effort to try to bring jobs to my district. This is a retailer who has set up shop in at least 4 council districts in more affluent parts of the city. The comments that I got back from that retailer, colleagues who are trying to debate this right now, were code words for African American, Latino, and crime. I knew it. I knew exactly what that person was saying to me. The code words were, that's not the demographic that we're looking for. That's not the area that we want to be in. We can't keep employees working in that area. We can't attract the top-level managers to that part of Los Angeles. Everybody who's engaged in this debate have passionate positions on what we need to do to make LA a crime-free and a safe city to live in. Many of us talk about the need for jobs. Many of us talk for the need of prevention and intervention programs. Many of us talk about good parenting. All of that is absolutely true. The few of you that are still trying to make a decision about voting yes on this, I'm asking you, let's not make this so academic. Let's not make this so cerebral. Let's not make this so political about what happens and who benefits in this next race. Let's not do that. I'm asking you on behalf of the young people in my district that are trying to get the jobs, who want me to be successful at bringing those national retailers into my district, who are trying to hold out some sense of hope that we as a public policy body are going to take every single moment that we have to bring that relief and bring it quickly. The young guys that are dying in the streets, they're not dying just because we don't have more police officers. I get that, and I understand that many of you would take issue with that. But let's make no mistake, they are dying because we've got a lot of young people without work. We got a lot of young people without hope. We got a lot of young people without an opportunity. And when you talk about creating an opportunity, I'm going to ask those of you that vote no on this to join me in the next meeting with these national retailers and campaign with me to get those jobs in my district. Campaign with me to get an opportunity to give those young guys that chance. That's what this comes down to. And so I'm asking you, let's take a moment here. Put all of that other academic issues aside. Help us do the right thing. The voters will absolutely do the right thing. Let's put this on the ballot, and then, by God, campaign to your heart's content to encourage your constituents to vote the way you want them to. But don't deny them with the shot of one moment here to not have that opportunity. So I'm asking you all, and I thank the council member for bringing up the officials, and I thank her for the acknowledgement on the efforts to do intervention and prevention. But I will close with this. The epitome of liberal Los Angeles is Tom Hayden. Tom Hayden came in here just a couple of days ago and said, this is good public policy. This makes sense. This has the 3 Ps, police, paramedics, and prevention. Vote yes on this. It's the progressive thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And let's go campaign and get the jobs back in this part of the city. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, Fire Chief, Mr. Recruso, and all the other wonderful people who are here. I remember something that occurred in Los Angeles and was called secession. People in the San Fernando Valley, people who've elected some of us to the city council, are concerned about what they're getting for their dollars. And I will say that the police department has improved public safety in Los Angeles. Chief Bratton has improved morale, reduced crime, and wonderful opportunities. What was brought to light by Councilmember Hahn's display was the fact that the San Fernando Valley, with soon to have 7 police stations, is going to gain a total of 214 officers. Now that comes down to about 30 officers per division. 30 officers per division is not what I would consider a major increase. When you talk about the East and West San Fernando Valley, The numbers given, and I'm just going by the board that was displayed, 91 for the west and 123 for the east, so a total complement of 214 for the San Fernando Valley, 1.5 million people, 214 officers. It's a drop in the bucket. The people in the valley have been paying dearly for public safety, and they've been shortchanged for years and years and years. And I don't fault the chief of police, I don't fault the fire chief, but the people in the valley who've elected us to represent them have said repeatedly, give us what we're paying for. Every single email I've received, every single one has been no more tax increase, give us the service we're paying for. This is not a political issue. It's an economic issue for the people, the business community, that we just gave a business relief, business tax reduction. And I know that we need more police officers. I'm a reserve officer. Councilmember Smith's a reserve officer. We have the former chief here. My son's a police officer who says, Dad, we're always short of units. We can't deploy the units that we need to deploy. We don't have the 10 basic cars, the 12 basic cars. And I've heard the cries from Jan Perry, what she has to experience in her district. And I've been to the shootings. I've been to the homicides. I've been to the autopsies at the coroner's office. I've seen it. We need more officers. But do we need to burden the people of Los Angeles with additional tax that they've said enough with the tax? And 214 officers, to me, 30 officers for the divisions of the San Fernando Valley, is not sufficient to provide the public safety we need. We have huge areas in the valley to cover. Huge areas. We don't cover them now. We don't run the 10 basic cars in my division, the West Valley Division, because we're short of personnel. And I understand what the chief has to do to manage the resources, the limited resources. I don't fault the chief for coming forward with this. I don't fault the mayor for coming forward with this. But what I say is when you're asking for more taxes, then give you the service that you're going to be paying for. And 30 officers per division is not sufficient numbers to warrant. We need more officers in the valley. People there have been paying, they want to have that service that they're paying for. They have their alarms, they have their private security guards to feel safe, but we're going to give them 30 additional officers. And we know from the deployment needs, 30 additional officers is not sufficient to really make a significant impact. That includes the divisions, the new Mission Division and Valley Traffic Division. That doesn't include the detective operations. And if you take a couple people and peel those off for detectives, maybe you'll have 20 officers. The numbers just don't mesh out. And I'm looking at the board that Ms. Hahn displayed. That's how I came up with this 214 number.
Mr. Zine.
I remember what the voters have said in the previous elections, and I'm just about completed. They have told us repeatedly, fund it out of the general fund. I support, along with my colleagues, the motion to use the VLF $64 million to bolster the department. I support giving the chief more resources, but I also recognize the people of my district, of the San Fernando Valley, VICA, we don't want additional tax increase. It really comes down to that. Yes, public safety. Yes, we're going to give you more officers with the $64 million. And let's have the mayor take the general fund, the $5+ billion, and decide what the priority of the city. Is it more important to have firefighters, police officers, and paramedics, or to have murals on the walls of Los Angeles? Public safety is where it needs to be put. And the mayor needs to stay strong to say, of the $5 billion budget, we're going to fund the police department, the fire department, and forget the murals on the walls. Let's do the right thing for the people. Let's do the right thing for the chief of police. Let's do the right thing for the people of Los Angeles. I don't support it, and I know that they're probably going to have 9 votes, and being a former officer and a reserve officer, and 3 here on this side, and Jack Weiss, the former federal prosecutor, you wonder why we would say no. We say no because we're not going to get enough, and we're going to burden the people of Los Angeles with an additional tax, is what we don't need to do.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Colleagues, the question that we have before us today is really not whether the city of Los Angeles and the communities of Los Angeles need more police officers, need a better 911 system, and need more paramedics. That is not in dispute today. Making our families and our communities safer should be the priority of the city of Los Angeles and our highest priority. The debate is over how we fund those priorities, and there is no easy answer. We do know that the city still needs to cut more waste, so that we can better use the taxpayers' money to fund our public safety system. And I ask all of you and challenge you, as Mr. Zine has just said, let's find some of those efficiencies. We have identified some of those. Chief Bratton has identified, as well as the Chief Bamatri as well. We have to be a partner in that. I've had a lengthy conversation with VICA that many of us represent in just the last 24 hours. And we all agreed that more funding for officers was needed. That no matter what happened today, no matter what happens in May, that we need to find those funds. And they're ready and willing to stand beside us. But in short, we need to change the way the city does business. But today, the question we have before us is whether or not a sales tax increase should be on the ballot. And as I said before, I was a skeptic. I was concerned about whether or not this should go on the ballot. But I have always said that the people should have a voice in this decision-making process, and this time is no different. We gave them the opportunity to vote on the issue of secession. And most of you in this room were opposed to secession, but you gave the voters the right to vote. Colleagues, believe it or not, City Hall does not have all the answers. We need the public to be part of this discussion. Chief Bratton, who has demonstrated his leadership, as well as Chief Bamatri, have said, let us take the case to the people. Let us demonstrate to them why we need more officers and how we think it can be paid for. Today, colleagues, I want to give Chief Bratton and Chief Bamatri a chance to make their case. We heard them today plead with us to be able to make their case to the public. They asked us, just let us put this on the ballot. Today, I believe we should give the voters a chance and our communities a chance to be able to vote for this. Some people have said that, why have a debate? What's important? Well, I believe that the debate is very important as to what we decide is going to be the priorities of the City of Los Angeles. I can stand before my neighborhood councils and my business groups, which I have in the last 2 weeks, and say to them, I want you to decide. And they respect that, whether they want to vote for the tax or they don't want to vote for the tax. But they respect that we're giving them the opportunity to place this on the ballot. So this debate doesn't end today with the voting on putting it on the May ballot. This would only be the beginning of an important debate of the people of Los Angeles and the debate they need to have. Our city and our people of this city deserve not only more firefighters, more police officers, more paramedics, and a working 911 system, but the people, most importantly, deserve the right to decide for themselves. That is what we're voting on today. Give the people the right, the democracy, to say whether they agree or disagree. So colleagues, I stand here proudly saying that I will vote yes to put this on the ballot in May.
Mr. Cardenas.
I'm voting today to allow the people of Los Angeles to decide if a half a cent, if a half a penny, a half a cent is worth 1,200 officers. That's what I'm voting for. We need 1,200 officers yesterday. We need full-time paramedics in every part of our city yesterday. But it's up to the voters tomorrow that are going to decide, not today, tomorrow it should be up to them to decide if it's worth it to them. When I go to community meetings in my district, 9 out of 10 complaints that I get from my constituents have to do with policing. And the problem is we don't have enough police. For example, I don't know if you realize this, but if somebody, once you put your garbage cans out on the street, if somebody's digging through those garbage cans and they've now taken it to another level, whether it's looking for your identity or it's trying to get some recyclables or whatever it is that they're trying to do, the police department is the ones that are responsible to respond to a call to put a stop to that. I'm just giving you one little example where policing, we just don't have enough police. And I know it sounds minor, but that's a perfect example because our police officers are having to deal with that, They're having to deal with shootings, they're having to deal with everything, and we don't have enough. We all know that in this city, about every 20 years or so, we have a major earthquake. And who are the first responders? Our firefighters and our paramedics. Who are the first responders in 911? The firefighters, the paramedics. Running up the stairs, not running down. We need more paramedics, we need more firefighters. I want more. The question is, do the voters think it's worth a half a cent to get more? Chief Bratton, I think it's appropriate if you could please clarify for us the figures that were given by Ms. Hahn and that were pointed out by Councilman Zine about what kind of deployment we would have should we get 1,200 officers. My time, please.
Thank you. In the plan of action that I referenced, which you all have copies of, which is the preliminary planning of what we would do with 1,260 officers that this initiative would fund, as well as, I should point out, significant overtime. Overtime allows police captains to put officers 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. So it's not just 1,260 officers, it's the technology, the face recognition technology, the laptop computers, as well as overtime. But in terms of 1,260 officers, the way we describe what we would do with them, as I look at the situation today, 750 officers to the area commands. I did not give a breakdown of how they would be spread among the 19. If they were spread evenly, you would have approximately 40 officers in each of the area commands. I committed that we would put an additional 228 officers into gang enforcement. Gang enforcement in the Valley, one of your most significant growth problems, what generates most of your homicides, is gangs. We just don't have enough gang officers. So those 228 gang officers would be spread throughout the city. 168 additional senior lead officers. We have 168 beats with one senior lead officer. I would put 2 senior lead officers into each beat so that we could have literally 7-day-a-week coverage, where right now those officers are not available oftentimes as much as the residents would want them. We would put 64 officers into our narcotics enforcement unit. It's a disgrace in this city that I have one buy team for the whole city because we have so few officers available to deal with the drug problem. And lastly, we would put approximately 50 officers into our threat units which deal with our terrorism issues. So in the plan of action, that's what I speak to, that I would do at 1,260. Overtime would give us the benefit of many more. And additional changes that I'm making this year alone in reducing training that's non-essential will give this year alone, Commissioner Caruso references, the equivalent of about 130 additional officers. So we're continuing with what we have to try and find more. But that's how we would allocate the resources based on the plan of action that I've given to all of you.
So with all due respect, we may have simplified it a little bit too much. It's a little bit more complicated, and it's not the simple numbers that was pointed out earlier.
Well,
the Valley would actually get more officers than a couple of hundred.
That's correct. And in all due respect to Councilmember Zine, while we're certainly appreciative of Councilmember Smith's initiative, the number of officers provided by that initiative would be about 19 per area. So I can't see voting for one and disparaging the other. Because in voting for one, are you saying that's enough while disparaging how little you would get from 1,260? I'm sorry, the math just doesn't add up. When you stand there and you disparage 1,260 is not enough, and then you tout your support for 19. Sorry, I'm sitting here and I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
With all due respect, Chief Bratton, 19 isn't enough, even 40 isn't enough, but we will have a major impact on crime. We will have a major impact on the quality of life if we were to move up to 1,200 more officers. Have you ever been in a situation where you've actually been the chief, where you've seen that kind of next level bump? My time, please.
In Boston and New York twice in the transit and city police in Boston. Now Councilmember Parks, Chief Parks, during his time when he was receiving additional resources, showed with his leadership at that time in the department that crime began to go down dramatically as he received more resources. This city has experienced that in the past when we had the equivalent of about 9,700 police officers. So even in this city, we have seen in previous years with more resources what we can do.
And I'm saying to you, with more resources, we can continue the success that we experienced back in the 90s.
Also, I think it's important to point out that if the voters vote for this, we're going to get more prevention and intervention, which means less crime down the road. Let me give you a statistic I'm very aware of. Whenever we get a 12 or 13 or 14, 15-year-old to move away from crime, we save the taxpayers $2.3 million from that moment forward. So with this, we can invest a few $1,000s in our youth, our Angelino kids, and we will save our Angelino taxpayers over $2 million a year for every single young person. Do the math, people. It costs us $42,000 a year to keep them behind bars, and all the other related costs as well. Once we put them away for 25 to life, when they finally kill somebody or pull a gun on somebody at a liquor store, it's on our dime, over $2 million. So the prevention is well worth it. Another thing as well, and I'll end with this, I think it's time that our officers get the opportunity to get to the scene on time. All too often, we have people who turn to the officer and says, "Where were you?" 10, 20 minutes later, "Where were you?" And there may be blood on the ground by then, and they say, "Where were you?" Our officers deserve to have the support and the ability to get there on time where they get a thank you. We deserve a better quality of life as Angelinos. Our officers put their life on the line. We deserve to put this before the voters so the voters can decide what they want to do with it.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. 40 years ago next month, President Lyndon B. Johnson said, "We can only have a great society when we have cities that are great too." And I think those words probably never rang more clear than they do today when we look at what is before us. 40 years in many ways in the city of neglect. There wasn't a high school completed, a comprehensive high school completed in this city since I was born here in this city in 1971. There weren't parks put in this city because everybody assumed everyone had a backyard. It was okay when our public transit fell apart because, hey, everybody has a car. And don't worry about the policing part. You know, we'll take care of that by sprawling further out and further out. Well, our growth has hit the wall. It's reached our limits. And we are actually, in positive news, on the precipice of great things. 146 schools that the chief mentioned that are being built here. Parks that are finally being put in the center of our city, like in Mr. Reyes's district with the cornfields and Taylor Yards, and a doubling of parks in some of our urban areas that most badly need them. And so when we talk to people who came here before about how we transform a city, those three magical things, schools and parks and public safety, must drive everything that we talk about. Now the good news is here in this horseshoe, we share those goals. Everybody agrees actually on the goals. 1,200 new officers as a start. Ambulances in every single neighborhood, 24 hours. A doubling of the crime prevention programs. And each one of us has actually been a fighter on this, not a passive participant. Whether it was Measure A and Ms. Misikowski and Mr. Padilla, myself, Mr. Labange, who worked very hard on that. Whether it was looking at the proposal that Mr. Smith and Mr. Villaraigosa and Mr. Weiss and Mr. Zine put forward, which is a great and a smart start. Whether it's Ms. Gruhl in the fund that she put forward, which got all of us thinking, so that when we proposed, Mr. Weiss and Ms. Gruhl and I, this open source software thing to save money on how we buy software and put that into public safety, we are scraping the barrel, every little last dollar that we can. Mr. Ludlow and Mr. Reyes's ongoing, Ms. Perry's leadership on talking about youth and what it's like to show up at funerals, which I know Mr. Villaraigosa does too. This is not something that we are passive participants in, none of us. But we have many ways of getting there. And I think today we have one option, which is a good option, which I'm comfortable and proud to be voting for. But the quote that the chief gave us about the courage that we need to have isn't just today. And I know I've talked with many of you about this privately. That if we don't do it here today, that within a couple months we can put together a plan in our own budget process to make sure that that hiring goes on. Because the worst thing in this city would be to lose momentum. The worst thing to do would be say, we don't care anymore about crime prevention programs. That when we spend less than a penny on the dollar for youth intervention programs, for that we pay for currently for policing, that in itself is a crime. And I appreciate what people said, and I appreciate very much that Chief Bratton and Chief Parks before him both spoke about turning around this department so not only that it is responsive, but that it is responsible. And that work is certainly not done here today. as we look at the events of the last week. But I ask my colleagues to support me today, but more importantly, to realize how much common ground we have here today, because the temptation after today will be say, what separated us? Why weren't you there? Why were you on the other side? You're a tax and spender. You're somebody who doesn't want to hire more police. No, we share the goals here today. And shame on us if by July 1st, when a budget rolls out, we don't just take the first step, but the second and the third, whether that's with a vote with the people of Los Angeles or in another way, which I know we've all been talking about too. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. On January 29th, we had a peace march in Lincoln Heights. We had over 150 young people, majority gang intervention specialists. Joining us were Lincoln High students. We marched with Senator Gloria Romero down Broadway, up Daly, Pasadena Avenue, 26, and back to the high school that morning. In that rally, we had a young man who held a picture of his brother, and he spoke to the audience, and he recited a poem, Mother Don't Cry, and he talked about all the things they wanted to do to keep more people from being shot and killed. Move up 3 or 4 days, the following Thursday, I get a call. There's a shooting in my district. The young man who said that incredibly touching poem had been shot. He was with a client. The gang intervention folks call the other young people clients because they want to work with them and help them get out of gang activity. They want to share in the arts. They want to do murals. They want to be able to promote services that give young people options. Well, thank God the gentleman that recited that poem did not die. He's in critical condition in the hospital now. And I was just thinking what his mother must have been going through. It's his client who was shot and killed. Now, I raise this point because we talk about gang intervention, which is a huge part of this package of how we bring safety and a sense of community to our city. So many of us are making a tough decision. But I don't understand why we won't let the people decide. And if it loses, so be it. We get up again the next day, we work hard again, and we strive one more time to make the city safe for our kids. It's worth it. I see these dollar figures. I see this number of people that are going to be hired. I'll talk about the valley not being served. Quite frankly, Councilmember Design, none of the cities being served with the police that we have. Not just the valley. And murals do mean a lot because it talks about community pride. So let's give the people a chance. Let's give them that chance. And if it doesn't happen, let's keep trying. The life of our kids, the sanity of our community, and the needs for our business is at peril. Please.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think you're already aware of my position on this, Chief, and I'm going to do the same today, but a couple of things I wanted to share with everybody listening. Ed and myself and some of the others whose districts are near each other, we share the same concerns, and we all know that there's no boundaries when it comes to violent crime, and I know that we're all working hard to create situations where we can keep young people busy, very busy after school and off the streets, engaged in positive activity. I have a lot of young people working for me from the neighborhood, and as recently as even yesterday, 2 of them, and one of them is a former explorer, said that they'd been shot at over an area near my office, and I can't tell you how frightening it is to have the kids go out and work on a project and have to absolutely worry about the fact that they may or may not make it back in, and that's not normal. But if we look at the statistics of what happened in our council districts, not necessarily the county districts, but it did almost pass, and I think we have to remember that. So there is a strong sentiment out there for people who believe that we need help, and I'm just going to say this publicly. it did almost pass, even in spite of the fact that the campaign itself maybe wasn't the most effective campaign on TV. And I see Ms. Hahn shaking her head because I think we both agree. And maybe it's because, Janice, we're both women, and 9 times out of 10, most men don't listen to us anyway, most of the time. But I have to say this again, when the campaign comes, let people tell the story. It's what Mr. Garcetti and I did in Proposition O. People told the story, normal, regular people, faces that we all recognize, people from different walks of life. You know, even though you think negative campaigning, or people may think negative campaigning works, to see a woman screaming on her bedroom floor saying, "He's coming to get me," I wouldn't do that again. Okay, it's not a good use of our time, because I think we can get over this threshold this time, but I want to say this publicly, so whoever is retained to do the campaign, you know, sometimes men like commercials with hardware and, you know, helicopters and uniforms and people running somewhere, but just let people tell the story and how this outcome would have made a difference in their lives. And I think we'll do much better the next time around. Maybe we can get programs back like DARE and the things for younger kids, and then find more complex activities for older young people and give them a chance to make some money, because we're going to have a better local economy and bring more jobs into the neighborhood. Okay.
Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Colleagues, I wasn't planning on speaking this morning because I think most of us walking in today already had a position or decision, our minds made up, and as is rare in this chambers, you know, it takes something really extreme to sort of change your mind. So I wanted to stand right now and say a couple of things. First of all, my position hasn't changed this morning. More importantly, I wanted to say today I am proud of this city council. This issue, and I've only been around 5.5 years, Ms. Misikowski's been here a couple of years longer than I have. But even in that short time, I know that it's not every day that we get what you're feeling in the air right now. A couple of weeks ago, we had the discussion and the debate as to whether or not to ask the city attorney to even draft this for our consideration. A couple of weeks later, I got numerous phone calls and comments from council members, staff members, people from the public saying that was the best discussion and debate that's taken place on the council floor in a long, long time. And today we've seen that continue. We've seen council members' brains at work. We've seen council members' hearts at work. And this is a tough, tough decision. Wanted to remind us today that we're actually all in agreement on something. Everybody here is for public safety. Everybody here supports the expansion of the police department. Everybody here believes in the merits of crime prevention programs and after-school programs. Everybody here wants to help the fire department as well. Where we disagree is how we're going to accomplish it. And so the third thing I want to mention today is, colleagues, this feeling that we have right now, this quality of discussion that we have right now, and whether you're for what's before us or whether you're against what's before us, the strength in your conviction that you feel right now, we are going to need, regardless of the outcome of this vote, when budget time comes around. Come April 20th, our mayor is going to propose a budget for the next fiscal year. And soon thereafter, the council committee will take up consideration and forward recommendation to the full council. It's going to be a tough time. And with actions like Mr. Smith has recommended, with the VLF money we're going to be getting from the state and being able to expedite police hiring earlier, I speak, I believe, on behalf of all of us in saying, Mr. Mayor, we are ready to work with you to make some of the very tough decisions in the budget. Again, regardless of the outcome of today's vote, even if it gets on the ballot, and even if the voters were to approve it in June, that is not enough. We know that we need to make some tough decisions internally in the city and do some restructuring, some reprioritizing, and continue to make police and public safety our first and foremost priority. So colleagues, that's my biggest message this morning. What you're feeling right now, what you're thinking right now, please remember this, because come May, and we have to address chambers full of people advocating against consolidations, against cuts in programs, against other items in our budget, we're going to have to feel just as strong then about public safety as we feel now. And this is very different than where we stood 2 years ago. Very different than where we stood 2 years ago. So I ask you to keep it in mind. And again, Mr. Mayor, I stand ready to work with you to begin to structure some of these changes, begin to tackle that deficit that we know is coming, and again, achieve the goal that we all have in common, improving public safety, expanding the police department, helping our fire department, and most of all, investing in the next generation of Angelenos.
Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just pushed my button again because I didn't get to say everything. Let me clear up a couple of things first. One, I can't figure out if this is more about math or about public safety, but somebody did point out that my poster didn't add up to $200 million that was generated annually, and what we forgot to change was since we were giving $30 million to the gang prevention and $20 million to the paramedics, that really was $150 million left to hire the new police officers over 4 years, not the 170 that I had up there. So clear that up. And Dennis, let me tell you a little bit about how I got my numbers about the officers that each part of the city would get. As we've heard a better explanation from the chief, but what I based that on was deployment strategy that, as you know, Chief Bratton has used in his CompStat strategy, which is where there is more crime in the city is where this chief has decided to take the small number of resources that we have and put them where the crime is. I wasn't very happy a couple months ago when I lost 32 officers in the harbor area, and they were placed in the Southeast Division because there was more crime in the Southeast Division than there was at the harbor area at that time. And the reason the Valley seems to have gotten less officers, according to you, is because you have less crime out there, according to CompStat. And the majority of the officers were going to go where the crime is. So if you want to fight for your fair share of crime, so you can get your fair share of offices, go ahead. But this was based on not shortchanging the Valley, not in any way saying that you don't get what you deserve or that your taxpayers don't get what they deserve. This was only based on what the chief would do based on crime statistics that we had from the last reporting period. So that's where that came from. And with all due respect to President Padilla, I don't give up if we've had a good discussion in this chambers. I don't care whether we've had a good debate around the horseshoe. You tell the family members of victims of crime that we had a good discussion here. You tell the family members of a dock worker who's killed out on the docks and maybe would have been saved because we had a 24-hour ambulance at Terminal Island. You tell them we had a good discussion around here. You tell family members whose kids are lost to gang violence that we had a great debate in the City Council, and aren't we proud that we had a good debate here? I don't care whether we had a good debate or good discussion. What we need to do is let the public have the debate. Let the public decide whether or not they want to take a half a cent, a half a penny on what they purchase in the city and put it toward more police officers, more paramedics. And I think it's very wrong of you, very wrong of those of you who are going to vote no, to deny the rest of the city the opportunity to make it safer. I think it's wrong of you to deny a 24-hour ambulance on Terminal Island. I went to a funeral on Saturday of someone who was killed on the docks. I think that's wrong of you to not let the public decide whether or not they want to make this city safer. And every one of those containers that comes into the harbor, every one of those 7 million containers that come into the harbor represents merchandise that people are going to buy, whether it's apparel or tennis shoes or something. Why not let people who buy that material help pay for the police officers that will protect the harbor area, the paramedics that will respond in the event, God forbid, of a major terrorist attack at the harbor? Every one of those containers represents risk to my community and to the whole city of Los Angeles. Why not let the people who pay for what's in those containers help contribute to a safer city? Alex, you were quoted in the Daily Breeze as saying, putting this on the ballot is the easy part. It's campaigning that's the hard part. We have 9 votes here. I'm asking you, make it easy to put it on the ballot, and then let the hard part be campaigning to make sure that this measure passes.
Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just to call your attention to item 7A that has been put on the desk. It is, we worked with the CLA, the mayor's office, the city attorney to make some modifications to the ballot text in front of you. One, to change the title, just make the title much more specifically clear and succinct as to what this is, promoting a safer city by hiring more police officers, firefighters, and paramedics, improving 911 emergency response, and creating new youth crime prevention programs funded by a 50-cent sales tax. And then there's one other change, because there was some concern, particularly that Ms. Hahn had, that the item, as it allocated the 10% of the future funding to the firefighters, it talked about the specificity of hiring 4 firefighters to achieve the 5-member truck companies, to staff the 24 ambulances, et cetera. So it's been minor modification of the language, and then that is ready to be substituted today. Members, the debate has been held. We are absolutely clear. And you know, those who said, we're going to get tough, we're going to remind ourselves of this in the budget time. However tough we get in the budget time, we cannot commit, no matter what, to the $200 million a year for the next period of time it's going to take to build this. Might we do something good in 1 year or 2? Yes. But we will have a constant stream that is untouchable, that is dedicated, that is real, just like we have asked our voters to vote for Prop O and other things, just like we've asked our voters to vote for real things like fire stations and libraries, and they have said yes, and they have hit 2/3. We are asking for something succinct and real and dedicated, and this is it, and ask the voters. The other options, members, when we look at budget next time, are things we might do ourselves. Might we get new revenue streams and increase fees? We would do it without going to the voters. What is more sacred in a democracy than rather than to go to the voters and ask them to do this, rather than doing it to them? We're going to have that debate, and there may be a lot of us who will absolutely agree with that. Find a new revenue stream. We all know we've been talking about the sanitation equipment charge, the garbage fee. Every other city charges, we charge hardly anything. People say our property tax should pay for police, should pay for the sanitation. Members, look at the property tax revenue in our budget, and look at our public safety budget. Nowhere near does the property tax that we take in as a city as a whole pay for the entirety of public safety. We have to find new revenue, and we have to find it one way or another. Those who say, and people have said this is political, and it sure is, because we've all heard the candidates for mayor say, no need to raise new revenue, I'll find it, I'll do it. We know that, as I said, Mayor Reardon, in good years, when we had plenty, wasn't able to fund the 10,000 officer standard. We didn't get there. He got there close in overtime, but we didn't get there. This is real. This is dedicated. This is constant. We're going to have to find it one way or another. Let's ask the voters. Let's make the case. Let's go to them together. And as they have turned out time and time again, when they understand it, when it's clear, when it's distinct, they have said yes. Give them a chance.
Mr. Labange.
Members, I haven't heard from everybody. Some of those who haven't articulated their concerns, so I hope they surprise me and vote. And Alex, you know, let the people vote. That's the easy thing. They made changes at the halftime. They made changes at the halftime to beat another team last Sunday. They made changes at the halftime. Now we're at halftime. Make changes. Make changes. Billy Yang's standing back there. His dad can't make any changes because he's dead. Because at 8:45 in the morning, someone driving down 3rd Street walked into his store, which was a community market that he had so much love and affection by his community. His dad, Jay, was so helpful to everybody else. They can't make any changes. Let the people vote. We didn't argue about whether we put on the ballot a sewer bond. I was going to say a bad word, but my mother would be mad. And she's in heaven. And her father was a police officer for this city from 1919 to 1939. And there was always too few police officers. Dennis, you didn't say what your son wanted. You said he talks about it. Every police officer I talk, they would like more police officers. And up in Hollywood, we know how important it is to follow the turnaround that Mr. Garcetti has led to make sure this area is safe as an attractive place for people to go. So members who are voting no, think about it. Think about Billy back there, standing there. Think about him standing there. He came down. How would I feel if my father, and he lived a short life, didn't live a long life, but was taken out by somebody else? I hate to talk publicly about it, Billy, but you're standing here, standing tall. His father was taken out by robbers at 8:45 in the morning on 3rd Street in the Wilshire area. How crappy is that? How horrible is that? Pardon that word. How horrible is that? And if there were more police officers, there would be more, what do you call it, Dennis? Because you're the expert. How many cars on a shift? You talked about it in your argument. Deployment. That deployment would be higher for Wilshire. And maybe 2 guys in a black and white would be driving down 3rd Street, and these particular individuals would think twice about going in to hold somebody up because there's people in the streets. And that's so important for us. And it's so important for us to upgrade the fire department that's necessary. This city council and city council before cheated the people of Los Angeles by not providing more police officers. And this is an opportunity to do that throughout the city. It's very important. And as Ms. Misikowski said so eloquently, the former mayor, Richard Reardon, who had a skill as a business person of stripping companies down and making them healthy and selling them, he couldn't do that here. He couldn't get that 10,000 that's necessary. For those who are thinking about voting no, I ask you to vote yes and let the people of Los Angeles decide. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Members, I'm very disappointed in some of the discussion that's taken place here in the last few minutes. I thought we were going to talk about policy. I thought we were going to talk about how we're going to help this police department. And some of the things that are going on is really, quite frankly, disappointing. I was going to call the question, but I think there's a number of other people who want to be heard, so I'm going to let them talk. I just want to reiterate, this is not about whether we support this chief or not. Every one of us support this chief. It's a question about whether we get this passed or not. The evidence is overwhelming. This is not going to pass. And the reason is the voters just told us 3 months ago, no. And what do they tell us, and what have they told me repeatedly when I went out on the streets? And I've talked to command officers, and I'm not going to tell you who they are, but they're command officers in your own department, chief, that says there's no support in the community for this. This is not going to pass. And the reason it's not going to pass is the people are looking to us to show leadership. And we're not going to show leadership by going back and time again and saying, if we don't get what we want, we're going to put it on the ballot again, we're going to put it on the ballot again, we're going to put it on the ballot again until we get what we want. That is not leadership, ladies and gentlemen. That is chicken. We need to show leadership. We are going to show leadership by giving them 280 officers right now with the VLF money. We're going to show leadership in the budget and keep coming back and coming back and coming back and be creative rather than putting it on the back of the taxpayers over and over again. Ms. Gruhl, you said, you know what, I think the voters should have a right to, it got close and all. Well, why don't we put secession back on the ballot? Because a lot of people didn't get what they wanted, so let's give them another chance. If that's the way we do things around here, instead of showing leadership, say, let's go back to the voters over and over again, because sometime they're going to get smart enough to figure out what they really want. They told us what they wanted 3 months ago. They said no. They said no. The law says 66%. They didn't give us 66%. They said no. That is the law today. It's not going to change in this election. And it's not going to get any better. It's going to get worse. The LA Times poll just showed it's going to get worse. It has gone down to 50% in the last 2 weeks. This is not going to pass, so let's just go to the voters when it will pass after we have shown some leadership around this council to find the funds in a way we can do it within our budget and give this chief what he needs and not keep going back to the voters over and over and over and over again till we get our way.
Mr. Reyes.
When I look at who voted and who didn't, and I look at the areas that supported it, from the way I read the numbers, the way I read the districts, most of the folks, the majority of the folks in LA voted yes. It's the part in the unincorporated county areas that tend to be a much more conservative element voted no. And if you look at where the crime is occurring, where the killings are occurring, there's a very natural nexus to the two. So now we're at a point where the city is trying to give itself a chance. Now we're at a point where we need to understand what those figures mean. If you look at the map, you will see the people who are dying, the people who are suffering, the people who need help now voted yes. The areas in which you don't have violent crime, the areas where you don't have the killings, for the most part voted no. I spoke with a supervisor, a county supervisor. He said, you know what, Councilman, the reason why I hope you don't do this is because we can have an area-wide, including city and county, we vote together and have a more regional approach. I would rather you not do this because it keeps us out in the cold because the county unincorporated areas tend to be more conservative. That's the way the figures pan out. So when I look at what is happening in the city, who voted for it, is the reason why I keep pushing it. No, I'm not being irresponsible by saying, come over and let's do it again and again and again. It's irresponsible when our kids can't play in parks. It's irresponsible when our children can't walk down the street. It's irresponsible when the business can't open up without fearing for their lives. That's irresponsible.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak one more time. I had a conversation with a political acquaintance at an event, and then he came in the door and he said, you know, we're not going to support any new taxes. And we got into a discussion about why, and I finally came down to, I think, where Mr. Reyes is, where it's not theoretical for us. It is not theoretical. It is very real. It is very tangible. You know, going to see someone whose child is laid out in a casket and that it happens with great regularity is not normal. It is not a normal way to live. It is an unacceptable way to live, and for ourselves, it's not a policy wonk discussion, and it's not a partisan discussion. For the families that we represent in many cases, it is a matter of life and death, and common sense would dictate that the presence of more officers and the opportunity for more diversion and constructive activity on a daily basis will decrease those numbers and perhaps save some children's lives. And I'm going to keep saying that, and I think we should give it to the people, let them vote, and if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. I'm willing to take that risk, and if we lose, so be it. But I want to give the people a chance to voice their concerns, and for me, I'm willing to step across that threshold and allow people to make the decision for themselves.
Okay, that's the end of the queue. Ms. Misikowski, Mr. Labange for a third time.
Question. Where's Frank Martinez, the city clerk? I want to know, has this city council ever not let something get on the ballot? That's what I want to know. Is Frank here? Frank? In the last 20 years.
Yes.
When? When?
I don't have that on the top of my head, but I know
like in the
we've
last-
decided not to put things on the
In
ballot.
the last
but-
10 years?
Yeah.
When? I mean, you got to know, Frank.
I'll go look it up.
Ms. Misikowski.
This is just a point of order, members. I am withdrawing 7A. I was misinformed that the documents were present. The city attorney has informed us that they'll be able to vote on that today. If we were to amend it, it would take another hour to provide the documents. I know that there are people who have other items. We have 15 members here, so we have an ordinance with the title, with all the items specifically included as had been directed. So I think it's time for a vote.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Any other amending motions or clarifications we need?
No, that item 7 is before council.
Okay, members, everybody in their seats? There it is. Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item number 7. Members, the roll is open. All members have an opportunity to vote. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Do we have a problem with the computers over here? Okay, let's reopen the roll, Madam Clerk. Okay, all members have an opportunity to vote? Okay, members, everybody's happy here? That your vote is appropriately cast here. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay. Ms. Miskowski? No? So Friday's the deadline, so this...
Mr. President?
Members, the official last day to act is Friday, so unless there's a motion to receive and file, this will remain... Okay,
Is there a second?
I move we continue it to Friday.
It's naturally continued to Friday.
Okay, we move it to Friday. Thank you, naturally.
No, there's a motion to receive and file.
There's a
by
motion
Mr.
to
Smith.
receive and file.
And before we vote on that, Madam Clerk, what's the anticipated attendance for this Friday?
On Friday, the attendance is Cardenas is excused, Parks is excused, Perry's leaving early, Reyes is arriving late, and so is Zine.
Okay. So, members, we can continue to Friday, but I don't anticipate that changing the outcome here. So, there's a motion to receive and file that has a second. Let's open the roll on receiving and filing the matter. Roll is open. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 9 noes.
We'll see you all here on Friday. Let's proceed to the next item.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 8.
Before taking item number 8 up, let's give folks in the audience a minute to excuse themselves if they're leaving at this time. Let's temporarily recess the regular meeting. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll in the special meeting?
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Lavange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The special meeting is now in session. We have a 2-item agenda. Item number 1, colleagues, public hearing has not been held, and I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on this item. Public hearing is open and closed. Members, do we need a staff report on this, or can we move forward with the recommendations?
And Mr.
Fuggio.
President, just to let council know, there is a CLA report that has been submitted and distributed to the council members.
Okay, we're just about ready to approve this, gentlemen, so anything you need to say now, otherwise we're proceeding.
Thank you very much. What you have before us, before you, a memo from the City Administrative Office, which speaks to our participation in the California Statewide Communities Development Authority Vehicle License Fee Gap Loan. Several weeks ago, there's one key difference here. Several weeks ago, we mentioned that because of the costs associated with this particular loan, that we wait until the July issue. Since then, a number of things have changed. Most importantly, the federal government has actually raised interest rates, but then signaled that additional interest, that there may be another raise of interest rates. And in addition, we were told that there's a significant number of participants with this current issue that's going to occur in March, which would make the cost of going forward now actually lower. So combined with the interest rates moving, the cost of participation being lower because of a large group, we're now recommending that we go forward now and participate in the March issue. Now, what we're asking is that, yes, we support the Smith motion. We use a portion of this money to accelerate the hiring of police officers and combining the money with our COPS grant. We're asking you that for the balance of the money, that we do not make a decision now how we use that money until the budget for the fiscal year 5-6 is presented to your council for consideration. So we just basically put it on hold. You're going to hear a different recommendation from the CLA. My only concern is that we don't need to make the decision today. If we can put that on hold until we have the entire budget in front of us, and they can look in the context of our other priorities. That's basically it.
Okay, and very briefly, the CLA report, the only place that the CAO and CLA differ is we recommend setting the entire VLF loan aside for public safety. That would provide the match for the COPS grant for a 3-year period. So to put the money aside in a special fund to hire the 265 officers that we'd be committed to under the COPS grant for 3 years. So there would not be budgetary impact until 08, 09. Essentially, that's where we are. We don't believe that you can, in fact, hold off on making the decision with the budget process and timing. I think that decision will be made when the mayor's budget comes out. So we would urge the council to make the decision now to set that money aside for public safety.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. First of all, in discussions with the Chief of Police, it is important for us to give him some additional resources immediately. So I'm making an amendment to my original motion on this to add $2 million of this money towards summer overtime for the chief so he can use the resources this summer. And I'd like a second for that. Anyone? Okay, was there a second? Okay, thank you, Mr. Padilla. And secondly, procedurally, I think we need to do this procedurally. So what I would like to do is move the CLA's report as a substitute motion because we have not got it before us technically. So I'd like to move the CLA's report as a substitute motion so we have a chance to vote on both options here. Otherwise, we really don't have it before us because the committee report was the CAO's recommendation only. And so for procedural purposes only, I would like to ask a second so that we have a substitute motion so we have an opportunity to vote on both options. And Ms. Miskowski, would you, just for procedural purposes so we can discuss both of them? Anyone? Okay, so we have a second. So procedurally, we'll have an opportunity now to hear the CLA's vote whether we want that as a substitute for the committee report, which is CAO. If that doesn't pass, then we go with the CAO's recommendation. And I appreciate the comments and debate on that, but I appreciate everyone's support on this proposal because I think it's going to get us the cost we need right away. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes?
Just want to get a feel for what has the VLF typically funded? How have we used it in the past?
The VLF is just a general fund receipt. It virtually funds almost every major program in the city of LA. This is just, see what happened is that during the Gray Davis administration, during the last year of administration, he essentially took about $65.5 million from the city of LA on a loan basis. This is a repayment of the loan which was scheduled to occur in fiscal year 6-7. To accelerate receipt of that money, the League of Cities and then the Association of Counties developed this program that would allow us to essentially borrow the money. And we'd get it 1 year earlier, and instead of us bearing the risk, it'd be shifted to the bondholders, which is very significant. And we also said, because normally we would say, well, let's wait and just get the full amount, because there's a premium to this, about $5 million. But one, we don't trust the state. I don't trust the state. We're saying take the money right now. But even more important, it does allow us to match up this money with the COPS grant money to accelerate hiring some police officers. And one quick comment, because I'm going to take this opportunity. The CLA's recommendation is, I agree, it's a prudent recommendation. At the right point in time, it may be the recommendation that we join in supporting. I'm saying right now, let's agree on carving out some money for the Smith motion, hire some additional officers. But I'm asking you that you just delay a final decision until you see the entire budget. Because we've been telling you repeatedly that we have a lot of challenges with this budget. And once you see the budget, and through the council's ad hoc budget committee process, you can look at it in the context of the whole and say, oh yeah, this is the right thing to do. Or you can decide that there are other priorities that must be addressed now, and next year, when Prop 1A kicks in, and we no longer lose that $49 million a year, that can be used to fund these officers. And also remember that in the first year of the DROP program, 279 officers enrolled. They must leave next year. They're walking out the door next year. And so we do have some other issues that will help mitigate the financial impact related to this program.
So do we have a sense of the trend and how this VLF was used in the past? Again, I don't want to make this decision without understanding ramifications, because we know there's a whole ripple effect that occurs in different areas. And so where some of us might value murals and some of us might not, the impact on those different types of priorities, I want to be aware of what they are. So do we have a sense of how the VLF was used in the past?
Oh, this is one of the 6 major revenue categories for the city of LA. And the money, and that includes your utility users tax and property tax and sales tax. And essentially that money goes into one pot. And then we decide, that pot being about $3.7 billion right now for your general fund. And then we decide what programs will receive money from that base. And so essentially it's just part of the big...
I got you. So it's part of the big discussion, the big debate.
Yes.
There is no linear connection between one source versus the programs.
You're right. We make a point of not tying our revenue specifically to specific programs.
Okay. Yes.
But I want to be clear, Mr. Reyes. What we are talking about here is a one-time payback of money the state took from us. These are one-time revenues. They're supposed to come in 07. What the CAO is proposing is to use 07 money to balance the 06 budget. What we're proposing is to not do that, to set that money aside for public safety. That's really what we're talking about. So the VLF would still continue to come in during the regular course of business as a general fund money. This is separate. This is a state payback of money that they took from us in the past, one-time money.
But this one-time fund from the VLF, let's assume, a what if. What if we go in a direction where we use the VLF to hire X amount of police? We're going to do that without knowing how we would fund them in future years? Is that what we're doing?
That's correct. And the difference between the two recommendations is we are saying make that decision and you know how you're going to fund them for the next 3 years. What the CAO is saying is make that decision, you know how you're going to fund them for 1 year.
So right now what's before us, and of course, I'm not sure my colleagues are listening, the ones that voted a certain way, we're actually asking us to take this step with a very limited understanding of how we're going to fund it in future years, correct?
Correct.
So we're going into an area of uncertainty.
Correct. The decision before you is, do you want that uncertainty for 1 year, or do you want certainty for 1 year or 3 years, essentially?
So this is a quick fix.
Correct. That's right.
Short term.
Yes.
But it enables us to take advantage of the COPS grant in July when we meet the maintenance of effort.
Okay.
And leverage the funds.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the CLA's position. I think what we've looked at clearly is that, and the last time I spoke on that, it covered 2/3 of my concerns. Number one, we guaranteed the money from the state. The state is bonded. The second issue, we can go and move forward immediately with the grant, which is the second big point, which we save to some degree some of the money. The third part of it that I was concerned about, but I think by the CLA's movement, that we at least solidify it for 3 years, which gives us an opportunity to then, through our budgetary process, move forward after the 3rd year. I would not want to move the portion of that vehicle license money to where it becomes a part of the general fund and we use it for the next budget, and then it disappears or dissipates. And then at some point, we'd have to go back to the police department and say, start on a freeze or stop hiring. So I think the key for us would be a 3-year window to figure out how do you sustain it. And from the amount of officers, even if we lose the drop officers, those are the regular attrition, but we're talking about a net increase, which is what we should be trying to look at. It's a measured approach. It's not the wild figures of 1,000 one year and drop 600 the next. It's actually looking at a progressive growth. The key is how do we maintain it? And I think that's what I would recommend, that we move forward on the substitute motion of the CLA to guarantee it for 3, work diligently through the budget process, do all in our power to fix the structural deficit, and move forward to guarantee those officers that are on this plan are maintained in the budget.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Mr. Fujioka, how many police officers we have right now, approximately?
It's about 9,100.
9,100. And of those 9,100, how many are funded by the COPS program out of Washington, D.C.?
I know that off the top of my head. I know that.
Well, could it be 200 or 300 or 500? $279?
278.
278. I was off by 1.
That's good.
278. Now, this program here, this is not federal funds, but state funds, correct?
The program we're discussing, the VLF gap loan, yes, it is state funds. It's money that's owed to us that we would normally get in fiscal year 6-7. This is a way to accelerate and guarantee payment.
But how long will this money last? It's one time? 60 million one time. So how are we budgeting that over 20 years, if that's the life of a police officer? Or are we? No. And this is a prudent thing to do.
Well, just some clarification.
You've got to get clarification when I ask questions. I understand that.
There are no police currently funded under the COPS grant. The money that we're talking about, it would be the leverage for the new grant in July when we have the maintenance of.
We have no federal money coming in?
At this point, there are no officers funded from the COPS grant.
Okay. And I just want to ask the chair, Mr. Parks, your recommendation on this is to support it, but yet don't count it in a certain way because the money may not be there in the future, or?
No. What I recommend is we follow the CLA because it does 3 things. It's 1, we are guaranteed the money. Secondly, we will get the officers immediately. Thirdly, we can
Wait. When you say immediately, what are we getting the officers from? Is this going from overtime?
No, we get them from hiring from the money that we draw down on the bonding. We then can activate the grant from the federal government before it expires. And then we hold on to the rest of the vehicle license money for a 3-year period to pay for it the next 3 budgetary years, so that you then have a 3-year window to pick up the cost, just as you would in any other year when you're dealing with the grant money.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parks. CIO supports this here? Long range?
The difference is whether you make a decision today. And I said it's a very prudent recommendation. I understand the basis for it. And in normal times, I'd be in total support. The difference in our recommendation is whether you make a decision today to dedicate the money, or whether or not you wait until you see the entire budget. But I can't fault what your CLA is putting on the table, because...
But if we found out in budget time in 2 months that we have a serious problem, we could bring this back and change it, right? Mr. Smith, so I want to be supportive. In budget time, which is 2 or 3 months away, if we find out we have a serious problem, we could revert this whole thing and rethink it all if we're having a crisis. You would support that?
Well, Councilman Labange, the one thing we're in total agreement on is to take of the 60 million, it'd be a minimum, could be a little bit more, of the 60 million we'll get through this loan program, we would carve out about 18 for the express purpose of matching that money with the COPS grant funds of about $7 million and accelerate the hiring of about 278 officers. Now that everyone's in agreement with. It's the balance, the $42 million. Your CLA, Jerry, has recommended putting that money in a special trust fund, or a special fund, maybe not trust, special fund, and to use that money over the next 2 years, the subsequent 2 years, to fund these same officers. What we've suggested is delaying a decision until you see the entire budget. Now, what you did say is that once you see the entire budget and things are real difficult, you can change or access this money again. And so, and I mentioned that what your CLA has on the table is very prudent. What I thought, because I'm working on the budget right now. I know what kind of hole I'm trying to cover and we're trying to address. And what we would do with the balance of the money, the 42, is we have some significant one-time costs associated with opening some facilities and buying some equipment and so on, that we would earmark to be used with, to be addressed with using these funds. So, but it becomes a policy decision, and either one has merit.
I support this, but if we have a 3 month period, there's other crises in the city, I think we've got to put it all back on the table. So you're okay with that? I just want to get clarification, because I know you worked very hard on this.
No, I don't believe we should do that, but I think if you want some flexibility, then you want to support the CAO's recommendation, which gives you the flexibility of about $40 million of the dollars that are left in the general fund. But if you want to come back to the council, 10 votes is required to overturn this action. I don't think that would be a wise thing to do, but so I wouldn't support that, no.
Right.
The question before you is whether you support the CAO's recommendation, which is take $40 million, put it in the general fund, take 18 million, and the $2 million I've asked for additional for overtime for police now and for the next year. Or the CLA's recommendation, which is take the money, the 18 million now for police for the next year, and hold the balance for the next 4 years so we don't add to the structural deficit. And that's something that's been very important around here in the last 2 years, structural deficit. So Mr. Miller's proposal guards us against adding to the structural deficit, takes the money, puts it in the proverbial lockbox, and holds it. Mr. CAO's recommendation, Mr. Fujioka's recommendation is let's just hire the cops and take the rest and put it in the general fund to balance the budget, in which we know it's going to be tough. But you could always come back with 10 votes and override the whole thing.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. CAO, Madam CAO, and Mr. CLA.
Actually, before calling on the next speaker, Ms. Han is next on the queue. We do have 2 speaker cards that have been submitted. Can we hear from the public at this point? Jim McQuiston and Dr. Daniel Wiseman.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association. As you all know, I'm heavily into the budget too, and I recognize an even bigger structural deficit than the CAO recognizes. But on the other hand, I don't see why we can't go ahead with this. I would accept the CLA recommendation motion because it's a drop in the bucket. We're not that concerned about that small amount as far as this particular budget is concerned. On the other hand, I am very concerned that we are not collecting $220 million for trash pickup. If we had that $220 million that we should be collecting, and people will support that, that gives us even more than this proposed proposition that went down in flames today and will be revived Friday. And I have been out talking to people, and the more I talk to people, the more they say we should pay for our trash. There's no argument whatsoever. People do not realize they're not paying for their trash pickup. That's $220 million in last year's budget. $220 million. Think of what that would do to our structural deficit. We could get it under control. We would have the money for our police. This would be no problem whatsoever. So I urge everyone to go ahead with the CLA recommendation today.
Dr. Wiseman?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to talk about peace, several kinds of peace. Peace spelled P-I-E-C-E, P-E-A-C-E. You people are a piece of work. That's one piece. We're not arguing about how to get of whether we want more police, whether we want more fire, whether we want more crime prevention. We're talking about how and when. You have a proposal before you now which can do it as a bargain. $75,000 a year instead of $1,000 a year for 250 to 300 policemen. Mr. Park, you say it very well. The responsibility of this group is to see to it that we get this job done. We're not doing it. You're sitting here talking all day long. Mr. Reyes, same thing. Yes, sir. You're concerned about how do we continue to fund this? That's your job, sir. That's what we look to you to do. We will support you. We will help you. We will advise you in every way we can. You went to the neighborhood councils and had 6 meetings, of which I attended 5, and several people here, excuse me, attended all of them. We're all very concerned with the same things. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Let's start doing it. There are several ways in which it can be done. How is it that the brilliance that sits at this table can't get it started? In 1969, Mr. President, before you were born, I was fortunate, and I worked hard, and I got a grant from the NIH, and I got support from the local lung association, and I got support from a number of other sources to start the first pediatric pulmonary program in the country at our county hospital, Big General. Now that was a 3-year program, and I was allowed to hire 40 new people, the first respiratory therapists in the county of Los Angeles. But then I went to my administrators, just like I'm coming to you. I said, okay, I've got this money. I can start. I can get things going. But I need your support to keep it going. Well, it's still going. I'm glad to see the Pediatric Respiratory Disease Center still exists. There are pediatric respiratory centers all across this country in every major hospital of this country. You're in the same situation. It's not impossible, but it takes work. You're a piece of work. We want you to get more peace officers for us. That's the other kind of peace.
Thank you.
And then you'll bring peace to our neighborhoods. Please get to your jobs and let's see some results.
This concludes public comment on this item. Our next speaker is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I think everyone's probably going to support this. This was easier to support when we had the promise of another stream of revenue to support hiring these officers, and now it doesn't look like we have that. I've lived through a couple budget processes so far in my young life on the City Council. Help me in just easy lay terms to understand why this is any different than what we had 2 budget cycles ago, where we were only trying to hire 320 officers and the term structural deficit loomed over our arguments and in fact persuaded enough council members to not support hiring 320 officers. Tell me how this is different and how I should feel better about this structural deficit than a couple of years ago. Who wants to answer that? Of course, both of your proposals have a structural deficit. It's just a little different.
We have this money coming back from us. It's owed to us. We have the ability, we have a COPS grant that technically expired this year. Through the actions of many folks, the federal government has agreed to extend the COPS grant for only 1 year. It's highly likely that they will not extend it again. And so if we don't act now, we cannot access, and it's about $21 million, about $22 million on the table right now. And the Smith proposal will allow us to take $7 million on an annual basis and match it up with $18 million from whatever source to hire these officers, about the 278 officers. That's one thing that's motivating us. Yes, the loan is a payback. This is a payback of the VLF money that was taken from us. We also have the 1A money, this $49 million that's being, that will not be taken from us again by the state government unless they pay us back and some other, the mechanics of the 1A process. And so that money returns to our budget that would represent the ongoing
But is that
funds to
enough?
support
Is
this.
that enough to support these officers?
The long-term cost for this, after we exhaust the COPS money, is $25 million a year. But in addition, and what really worries, I think, both of us, is the impact on, that's been real quiet, we haven't talked about it as a council or as a city, is the impact of the DROP program. Because the DROP program first started in 2001. 279 officers joined that year. The next year, about the same number joined. In the third year, a higher number joined. And so we have officers that can only stay in that program for 5 years who will leave after January of 2006. They cannot stay any longer unless
So how does
there's
that
another
impact,
mechanism
how does
to
that
do so.
impact this?
Well, once they leave, their salaries also fall off the budget. And so we have the $49 million, we will have higher than normal attrition. What this will allow us to do is accelerate the process for not only hiring these officers, new officers, but replacing officers that are leaving through the DROP program. That's a critical element to what we're trying to do. We know that our attrition starting January of 2006 will be much higher than the normal 400 a year because of the DROP program.
Well, I would just add, I mean, the bottom line, Ms. Hahn, is there's a structural deficit clearly. Under both of our proposals, there's a structural deficit. The question is how much and when. It really is the bottom line. Again, this is taking round numbers. In order to leverage the money and to take advantage of the COPS grant to hire the 265 officers, it's $20 million over the next 3 years, roughly. What we're proposing is you take the VLF and set that $20 million aside for the next 3 years so that you don't have at least that portion of the deficit to deal with. What the CAO is proposing is you just take the first year and balance the rest of the budget and figure it out in years 2 and 3. That really, in essence, is the difference between our two recommendations.
And what's the worst-case scenario if we don't figure it out?
If we don't figure it out, ultimately, that would mean having to go through attrition and cutting back on budgets or cutting in other areas of the city so that we can maintain the officers that we do hire. There would be a long-term commitment if we hire these officers.
And I think that's a question we have, although, again, I've lived through several budget processes here in the city, and while sometimes we speak about commitment and we speak about cutting and merging departments to save money, when the final vote comes, we have really yet to do that. We've really yet to cut enough to really get out of a proposed structural deficit like this. I mean, we tried to merge departments and we didn't have support for that. Everybody talks about zero-based budgeting, fund what we believe in, and everything else comes second. And yet, when everything else comes second, all the people who support the seconds, the thirds, the fourths, show up en masse here at the City Council and seem to persuade most of the council members that those other priorities are indeed just as important. So I've never seen us do it. I've never seen any other City Council do it. So it's really nice to say that this commits us and that this puts us on our path to putting our money where our mouth is. Again, I've never seen us do it. So I think we're in for a structural deficit. I think Greg's proposal would have worked beautifully if we'd allowed the voters to pass a half-cent sales tax. Then this would have made perfect sense. It doesn't make perfect sense now, but I'm assuming that we're all going to support it because it's hard to turn down this many new officers. But again, I don't think this proves anything in the future budget process of what we will or won't do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Our next speaker is Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think Jerry Miller said it right. We are headed, by way of this action, one way or another. I mean, actually, if we do the CAO's report, we spend a little bit of money now, put the rest in the structural deficit this year, and defer a bigger structural deficit next year. If we do the CLA's report, it says take all that one-time money and agree that we're going to put it into the hiring of the cops this year and next year, it means we're going to have a harder time this April, but we're going to have an easier time next year because we're going to have split this one-time money into the police side. End result, 3 years out, 4 years out, we are still going to be in serious structural deficit. But this council, by way of the vote we just said one solution of that, of new revenue, we rejected. On the other hand, this council said, this is our priority, and if it means we're going to make the cuts, then we're going to make the cuts. Essentially what Mr. Smith's motion today asks us to do is put our money where our mouth is. If we say this is our number one priority, this is our number one priority, it's going into the budget by way of this action this year and some next year, and it means come April, despite the fact that we haven't made the kind of cuts that we've talked about, even though we've tried in some ways, council rallies around the folks who stand at that podium and send the letters and say, okay, we'll restore this, we'll restore that. This won't allow us to restore this or restore that. It means it's police. It means when the firefighters come up here and say, but we need that money for the 5th fire, we say, sorry, we put it today into police. It means next year when the Status of Women Commission comes, or some of the nonprofit organizations come in and say, but it's important to have cultural programs, it's important to have this, that, and the other, we'll say, sorry, we listened to the number one priority across the city and put it in police. That's what this vote means. I am ready, because we've talked about it and we have to stop talking about it and do it. I still think, and besides that, that's what the reality is today. But the reality today does put us 3 years out. Both CAO and CLA agree. We don't have the money. It's not projected. Will it come in because we've got better businesses in the city and we've reduced business tax and we're going to have more revenue? We've said that's going to occur. We'll find out if that occurs. Hopefully we're not going to have some kind of devastation, like an earthquake or some other kind of one-time thing that is a serious drain. Hopefully we will stay the course. But even in staying the course, we need to find new revenue, whether it'll be new revenue by cutting lots of other programs that we're used to and we get down to basic services. That's one way. Some people here seem to be absolutely wedded to no new revenue ever. Then probably some programs we know today will be dropped from a city program. But today we're making the commitment by way of this action, and I'm happy to support Mr. Smith, but I want to make everybody clear that we can't say one thing in the middle of the year and do something else in April. We start having to mean exactly what we say and carry it out. And that's what we're going to be instructing our CAO and CLA. And the question is, are we going to have the votes to follow up, despite everyone having that other second or third or fourth priority in our neighborhoods, in our communities that we've always wanted, but we're not going to have a way to continue because the numbers don't lie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mizkowski. Our next speaker is Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and well said, Ms. Mizkowski. I think the question I have, Bill, for you and the CLA as well, Jerry, is the COPS dollars, you said is 18 million, correct? Approximately 18 million to...
There's a total of $22 million right now.
In the COPS grant.
Yes.
But that's not last year's COPS money or ones we're planning on. This is money we hadn't used previously. Is that correct? From 2 years ago?
And this will be the money available for a 3-year period.
So we will get that 18 million for or 22 million, excuse me, for 3 years.
No, it's a total of 22 for the 3-year
Total
period.
of 22.
Yes.
So for the 22 million divided by 3, how many officers is that on the COPS program?
Well, we estimated that we can hire about 278 officers.
270
if we
total.
maximize the use of the COPS grant, we have about 278.
Plus the $42 million of the rest of the VLF, correct?
Well,
plus 60 total.
60 total.
60 total from the city and roughly 22 from the COPS grant would get you 265 officers for the next 3 years.
Okay. So the $42 million figure you gave, Bill, was what? You said there was $42 million.
That's approximately the balance that would be left over from the VLF gap loan this year. But what Jerry's speaking to is a total amount that would be put aside and dedicated for the entire 3 years, as the COPS grant money of $22 million represents.
My time's been going. Sorry, I've lost about a half
represents the total amount for the full 3-year period of the grant. There's a match of $60 million would represent the total amount for the VLF gap loan. And what the CLA is suggesting is you take that $60 million and you put it in a special account so that it would be used and be dedicated to matching up your COPS grant money for a 3-year period.
For a 3-year period, because we are required by, to match that.
Yes.
There was no new money in last year's budget for COPS grant and no new money in this year proposed federal budget, correct?
That's true. Especially on a go-forward basis, the COPS grant is all but gone.
Okay.
Which is a tragedy, I think, but that's a different
So
issue.
we'll take advantage, which I think, again, we're all willing to take advantage of that COPS grant now. It's what happened in 3 years. And I did ask Mr. Smith, because part of the original proposal he had was the allocation of these dollars, in essence, borrowing on the future, and then having a source of revenue, i.e. a countywide tax. And he indicated that that was still his proposal going forward. And so I think that is important for us to note today in this debate and discussion, that would happen. Because one of the other items you mentioned, Mr. Fujioka, was the DROP program, and we've had this discussion. The DROP program, many of them will leave within the next year or two, so there would be savings as well through that that could go to these officers we've hired, but then there would be no net increase, correct, of the officers. And I think, again, the message I have said today and repeat again, which is we need to look at efficiencies, new sources of revenue, and this proposal by Greg to match that and challenge everyone here to identify those. Mr. Fujioka has been helpful, and we've identified at least 20 million. We're looking at putting advertising on sanitation trucks as a beginning, which also could bring revenue that could go into our police fund, that we need to look at every step of the way. But we need to understand that what we are saying today, and I think we all believe, is that police are a priority. The 260 are great, but we still need 3,000 officers on the streets in Los Angeles. And so we cannot give up. And what Vika and I talked about yesterday was their concern about ensuring that we go above that 260, and also to make sure that we're not borrowing on our future. So I think we have to really walk very carefully and cautiously in doing this, but send the message we're serious about hiring more police.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Reyes.
We have right now on the horizon cutbacks from the federal government, do we not?
Yes.
How much of the block grant funds are going to be eliminated or being projected to be eliminated that we count on today for services? Please hold my time.
About $20 million.
So $20 million we anticipate could evaporate because of the cutbacks in federal dollars that are dedicated to poverty services like child care, senior housing, meals for seniors.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's 20 million?
Well, it was a 20% reduction. I misread her hand signs of the total amount. I think it's close to about $5 million.
So $5 million in block grant. Now, the state funds we used to get, that used to fund, that we backfilled and did some magic with, are able to keep those programs alive. How much is that? How much are we losing from the state?
I don't have that figure with me right now.
5, 10, 15 million?
Right now, as you know, the block grant is federal funds, but the state funds, I don't remember a significant impact from the state when it comes to the community service programs.
So we don't have an understanding of how much our communities will hurt because of these cutbacks?
When it comes to block grant money, there will be a significant impact because of that is one of our principal source of revenue to support our community-based programs.
My understanding is that the Bush administration is going to move HUD into Department of Commerce. That's talk right now on Capitol Hill.
I've heard that.
We're going to lose that block grant eventually, the way things are going right now.
Maybe not in its entirety, but we will lose a significant portion of our block grant.
So I just want to echo what I've been hearing Councilman Sikowski say and colleagues, the folks who are living at subsistence, people who are suffering the greatest are going to hurt even more because now we're going to move that money. We're not going to have access to that money because it'll be earmarked for police. I understand the urgency there. I'm not talking on both sides of my mouth. I know we need to support the police, but bottom line is districts like mine half the districts and the city, where a majority of those communities are at or below poverty, are going to hurt even more, correct?
That's right, yes.
It's a big yes. So I just want to make sure what kind of city we're preparing ourselves for. We talked about a lot of tension in the air because of the violence, tension in the air because of the shootings. And now we're going to have more tension because people are going to be living in the streets, more tension because people are going to be suffering because of the lack of food and shelter and childcare. And we're going to have a parade of people here who are going to be letting us know just how bad it's going to hurt. So just getting ready for this and understand the opportunity costs that we're going to pay. If I can just get a ballpark figure, I'd like to understand more clearly what's at stake from a block grant and state fund. I'd like to know which funds are right now in jeopardy and which services have been traditionally funded by those funds. I think we owe it to the nonprofits. I believe we owe it to the communities that they should be ready for these significant cutbacks. It always happens a week before, 2 weeks before. They have to lay off people. We have to shut down centers. We have to curtail services. We should be giving these folks some kind of a flare, shoot it, the warning up in the air, and let them know this is coming.
Go get that for you.
Thank you. How soon can we get that?
Later today?
We get this, yeah, but by no later than the end of the week, hopefully later today.
It behooves us as council members who represent these districts to let folks know what's before us and the hard decisions we're going to have to be making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is Mr. Simon.
Thank you. Regarding the federal budget, that goes to Congress, goes through similar to what we do here. So the recommendations aren't necessarily going to be the final outcome.
Correct.
And as they're lobbying around the country, and we met with a congresswoman yesterday regarding this, Diane Watson, who with her colleagues, and she mentioned it's bipartisan to show support for the CDBG funds that we receive for law enforcement and for people in need, et cetera. So just because it's been recommended doesn't mean that's going to be the final option. And we know that, as I understand, the governor and other elected officials are lobbying Washington to say maintain some stability in these funds and not eliminate for public safety, for after-school programs, for senior citizens. So just because it's been proposed, there's a whole long process before it's finalized by our federal representatives. So while we want to be cognizant and we want to be prepared, we don't want to anticipate that this is what is going to actually occur.
Sure.
Similar to the budget that we see every year that comes through the mayor, comes through the council, and gets modified and finally implemented. So I just wanted to give that so people don't get alarmed and say all these programs are going to be cut. Necessarily, it's not necessarily so. Some of them may be modified, there may be bolstering in some, and there may be modifications in others. That's all correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, and that happens all the time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard? If not, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, there was a motion to substitute the CLA report for the CAO
Okay.
report, and the first vote would be on the question of whether to substitute.
Okay, colleagues, first we will be looking at the substitution of the CLA report for the CAO report. Mr. Ledlow? Okay. I believe Mr. Ledlow wants to speak on this. Why don't we reopen discussion on that if there's no objection then? Okay. Mr. Ledlow?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just, I was talking to Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Parks, and actually it was it's kind of enlightening, but I guess I'm a little surprised on a couple of things that you wouldn't expect to happen the way they're happening, both in the light of what debate we just had a minute ago. And I guess I want to echo what I heard Councilmember Misikowski say a little while ago. I'm gonna support this, but I just want to say a couple of things. I think Bill Fujioka is saying something pretty bright to us here today. And I'm concerned that in this next round here that we're taking one of the key opportunities to make sure that we're not having a debate here about closing down Cultural Affairs Department, shutting down Rec and Parks, or making major cuts to some of these departments. And, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, the two things that seem to be the most sort of eligible for voter approval are issuance of bonds where we want to build buildings and people can see the brick and mortar, and the other are police officers and firefighters. And obviously this morning, we just lost an opportunity to go out there on the police and fire. I hope everybody's right. I hope everybody's right that we'll have a great campaign on the county ballot measure, but it is a little disheartening. I heard comments earlier about going with this and being concerned, but Bill Fujioka, I think you're onto something. I just want to ask another question, and it's probably been asked a couple of times. But in terms of the first payment, that would be it's March or April of '05. Right in there. I mean, it would be.
The state will issue the bonds in March of '05.
And in terms of the council would have the opportunity to, theoretically, assuming we didn't go with this on police right now, and we just went after Greg's very creative idea, those would be revenue that we could debate as a council as how best to close that structural gap. Is that? No. I mean, in terms of how we would use that?
How we would use the money. The first 18 by the current motion that you have before you would be used to accelerate the hiring of police officers and to be matched with the COPS grant money. The balance of about $42 million is what's being discussed right now, where your CLA is saying put that money aside in a special fund to use for the next 2 years to match against the COPS grant money, so that at least for 3 years you will not have an impact on your general fund base, essentially. What we're asking for is that with respect to the second part of it, not hiring the police officers and matching the COPS grant money, but the second half, the 42, is that you wait till you see the entire budget, and you wait till your May ad hoc budget committee meetings to make that decision. Both addresses, both will, does result, this, well, let me back up. The structural deficit issue remains for both of them, because what Jerry has proposed addresses the funding for 3 years. What I've proposed addresses it for 1 year, but I've also mentioned some other mitigating actions, such as the drop program and the Prop 1A money and so on.
I appreciate that. I know my time's expired. It's, again, I'm going to support this. I think there are some legitimate points being raised by CAO on this, and I'm going to support it. I think we're going to have a tough fight, and I'm really concerned about the debate we had last year about which programs we were letting go of, how we're going to be able to deal with that this year, and we had a golden opportunity this morning to address one of the biggest ones. So anyway, I'll weigh in on it.
Thank you. Mr. Labange?
Just a clarification, Mr. Smith. It takes 8 votes, not 10 votes. So 8 votes in case we, at budget time, want to throw this into the mix and discuss everything at that time. And that's within the window. 8 votes. 8 votes.
10 to change.
But no, to discuss this. The only thing I'm worried about, Greg, is if everybody, I've heard all the structural deficit things that we talk about on stuff, and people are cautious about, the issue of an investment that the people would make an opportunity to vote. Now we back this up right, and I heard what you guys were talking about, and I'm just saying we're coming into this season where we're going to have a budget. So, excuse me, I didn't hear you?
To address your concerns, then vote the CAO recommendation. That gives you more flexibility in the budget. If you want to put the money and preserve it for police services and guarantee that those cops are on here for 4 years without impacting the structural deficit, vote the CLA recommendation.
That's the one I want. I just am concerned that we could walk into this situation and come back again. But also, it would take 10 votes during the budget season if we wanted to say, put it all in the mix, right? Which we may have to.
What would take 10 votes is to establish the ordinance setting up the fund that we are recommending you put the money in. It would then, it would also take 10 votes to undo that ordinance.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Reyes.
Yes, colleagues, I'd like to do a verbal motion and direct the staff to put together a early warning system to the nonprofits who will be impacted by the cutbacks we see happening in block grant. It's now February. That's going to happen in June. We've got staff to take care of. We've got service providers to take care of. We have materials, we have equipment, we have food products, we have rental issues regarding our housing. It's going to cut all across the board. And it's going to affect some of our districts more drastic than others. I think we owe it to the hard workers who are out there living off of pennies to essentially give them enough time to be ready for these cutbacks. They're going to happen. So if I can get a second on that motion? Do I have a second?
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
Reyes?
second.
Yes.
That would be more appropriate for a Rule 16, because it's not fully within the subject description of this agenda item.
What is your recommendation?
Bring in a Rule 16.
So because of this, the funds we're going to use here, there's not a strong enough nexus given how we're going to affect our service providers, because we're now setting aside money for police and are willing right now to forego services to our community. Is not a strong enough nexus?
Well, it would be cleaner that way.
Okay. We'll do the motion, but my point here is that the people who work the hardest for our city are not going to have money. They're not going to have resources. All the issues have been raised by my colleagues of what's happening to them in their district is going to be magnified 100 times because of the breakdown in funds, the loss of funds. So I'll bring in the motion, but I really think there is a strong nexus here.
Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll bring that in separately. So now we have before us, Madam Clerk.
The question of the
CLA
question of whether to
substitution.
substitute the CLA report would be the
All
first
right.
vote.
Colleagues, the CLA substitution is before us. Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is approved.
Okay, and that question passed, so now the CLA report would be before
Okay.
council.
Now we have the CLA report. Colleagues, if we can open the roll, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved.
And then does council wish to receive and file the CAO report?
Is there a motion to receive and file? Anybody want to receive and file without objection? Okay, Mr. Padilla moves. We'll receive and file the rest.
Mr. President, can you just explain what we just did?
Sure.
That seems...
We had the CLA report.
Are you confused? I mean, you're clear that, so the aye vote on both of those made sense?
Yeah, the CLA
How
report,
do
the
we do
first
that?
vote was to substitute the CLA report for the CAO report, and then once it was substituted, that was before us. So we voted on the substance of the CLA report. Exactly. Mr. Parks? Oh, okay. Mr. Parks would like to be recorded as an aye vote on that as well. So that passed unanimously. Any other questions, Mr. Smith?
The question was on the amendment I had on the $2 million for overtime. So
Did we take that up, Madam
that was a
Clerk?
friendly amendment, so
It
it's part of the
was
package.
accepted.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, next order of business. Let's actually adjourn
Well, there
or
is a
recess the special meeting.
Well, there is a special meeting, a closed session. Do you wish to consider that with the
With the
regular
other
meeting?
closed session items. So let's go back to the regular meeting, please.
Council was in the midst of taking up the ballot measures. However, there was an item that was called special by Councilmember Villaraigosa, and there was a substitute motion that was presented. Do you wish to take that up quickly before going back to the ballot?
Sure. If there's, do folks anticipate wanting to talk about that besides the substitute? If not, we can take that up, but otherwise, I think, okay. Let's take that up first with the substitute motion.
And that was item number 3, and it was correcting the committee report to delete the word temporary from the preferential parking district.
Great. Okay, let's open the roll on that item. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved as a substitute amendment. If we can go back now to number 8. And at this time, I'd like to invite forward for public comment and thank our officers that are here for their patience. Cheryl Peterson, first from our Board of Airport Commissioners. Walter Zifkin as well. And Bernard Wilson. If the Please.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Cheryl Peterson. I'm president of the Board of Airport Commissioners. With me this morning is one of my colleagues, Walter Zifkin. As I stated in remarks before the Council's Public Safety Committee on Monday, the Airport Commission is approaching the issue of a unity of command in a very careful and deliberate manner. Indeed, this is one of the most important issues facing the Board of Airport Commissioners in my almost 4.5-year tenure on the Airport Commission. In response to a City Council motion last year, the Airport Commission authorized Los Angeles World Airports to retain an independent expert consultant to study the merits of such a merger. The final report of this $900,000 study is expected to be issued on March 31st, with preliminary findings available at the end of February. We have made it clear on the Board of Commissioners from the outset that our desire is for this study to be transparent and objective, and I'm confident that it will be. LAX and the other city-owned and operated airports at Van Nuys, Ontario, and Palmdale are safe and secure. I would also point out that crime at our airports has declined steadily over the past 4 years, even as passenger traffic has rebounded. On Monday, the Board of Airport Commissioners held a special meeting to consider the issue that is before the Council today. It was noted in our discussion that an initial draft of the proposed city charter amendment provides that, if approved by voters, the Council would be able to authorize transfer of law enforcement powers, duties and functions at LAX to the LAPD by a simple majority. It was noted that this is a lower hurdle than the 2/3 vote required for a similar transfer between other city departments. The Airport Commission has unanimously approved a resolution requesting that if the City Council moves forward with a ballot measure to allow such a transfer, that any proposed enabling ordinance be required to be adopted by a 2/3 vote of the Council rather than by a simple majority. The consultant for the merger study, CTI, has provided the Airport Commission, the CLA, the CAO, and the LAPD with periodic reports, and it will continue to do so until our study is complete. On behalf of the Board of Airport Commissioners, I wish to express appreciation to the City Council for your careful deliberation and consideration of this important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Ms. Peterson. Mr. Zifkin?
Thank you very much. President, members of the council, I very much appreciate the opportunity to appear before you, and I'll be brief. Commissioner Peterson has basically laid out the position of the Board of Airport Commissioners, and I would only add that it looks as if there will be a charter proposal to amend the charter to allow the City Council to deal with security matters at the airport. And I expect and hope that there will be a robust debate with respect to the merits of that charter amendment. And if that passes, if the people vote to amend the charter, we will all by then be able to view the CTI report and to debate the merits of the CTI report and to review together, hopefully in a collegial way, what is best for security at the airport. I know each and every one of you, as does each and every member of the Board of Airport Commissioners, what we all want is the safest airport we can have. I want to add that we do have a very safe airport, recognized as such by federal authorities and looked to as a model on a national and international basis by other airports. It seems only right that if the council, after a charter amendment passes, decides to do something with respect to transfer powers, it be done by a 2/3 majority when we're dealing with something as serious as security at the airport. So I support the notion that the charter amendment be amended to provide that any ordinance dealing with security at the airport require a 2/3 vote of the council. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Wilson?
Bernard Wilson, Chief of Airport Police for Los Angeles International Airport. Thank you, Mr. President. Many of you may not realize that the Airport Police is the 4th largest law enforcement agency in Los Angeles County. The sworn members of the Airport Police meet the same selection and training standards as do every other police officer and law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California. We provided 59 years of service to this city and to the worldwide traveling public. Since September 11, 2001, we have put in Herculean efforts to protect our airports, working in an effective and ongoing unified command relationship with our LAPD cousins and with federal agencies. We've received accolades from all of those agencies for our efforts and are held out as a best practice agency by the Transportation Security Administration. A few, very few, individual members of this council have thanked us for our efforts, and we appreciate that. However, I'm very dismayed that the first and only council collective official acknowledgement of our existence since 2001 has been an effort to eliminate that very existence. This effort appears to be predicated on overreaction to a handful of issues of the same sort that are encountered by every law enforcement agency. No other agency has been threatened with dissolution based on a few events, especially without waiting for resolution of those events. Los Angeles World Airports has committed to a comprehensive study on policing at LAX. I'm confident, sight unseen, that the study will prove that a dedicated airport police working in partnership with LAPD is the best way to police our airports. Finally, if you do decide you want to do away with the airport police, I would at least ask that you take a moment to thank the members of the airport police who have provided the service to you until now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. I'd like to invite forward at this time George Jarvis to the microphone, Captain LaPonda Fitzpatrick, Alan Hyde, Leon Nixon, and Robert Dibley, please. Thank you. And as much as we can try not to repeat what others are saying, that would be great. Thanks.
Council members, my name is George Jarvis. I'm the president of the Los Angeles Airport Police Officers Association. I'm here today on behalf of the hundreds of men and women who risk their lives daily to ensure the safety of the airport. As you're aware, the Los Angeles Airport Police are deeply concerned with the motions placed before the City Council to rewrite sections 514 and 636 of the City Charter. We feel this is unsubstantiated, action is ill-advised, and will ultimately jeopardize the security of our airports and the residents of Los Angeles. As stated in the recent 2004 RAND study, LAX is one of the most secure airports in the country. Why would we want to jeopardize this? It's important to note that the success of our airport security is due in part to the current protections provided by the City Charter. The same section being rewritten in the proposed ballot measure. My colleagues and I are also deeply troubled by the fact that Weiss's motion to place the measure on the May ballot sets a dangerous precedent and raises far more questions than it attempts to answer. Although the idea of the charter change may seem harmless to some, it is definitely a step in the direction that may ultimately endanger our passengers, those who work at the LAX airports, and tens of thousands of residents living around them. I understand that you have great faith in your ability to make decisions for the city, but our concerns lie in the not yet elected officials of the future and what their political motivations may be. Although some claim that this action has nothing to do with an LAPD takeover, why then has Chief Bratton and police commissioners appeared before you and the committees during discussions of this issue to present his point of view on such actions? It's plain to me, it's plain to our force, and I believe it's plain to you as to what the motivation is behind this motion. In the wake of 9/11, we must recognize the importance of keeping sections 514 and 636 of the City Charter untouched. We must recognize that these sections permit us to ensure that a 9/11 not occur at our airports. The Homeland Security procedures, that they not be hampered, and that our airports' security is not politicized. Our concern and dedication to the public safety and the continued security of our airports. We are calling upon the City Council to vote no on this motion. Anything less is playing games with airport security, a risk to the city we can't afford. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Captain Fitzpatrick?
Good afternoon. My name is LaPonda Fitzpatrick, and I'm a captain with the Los Angeles Airport Police, and I'm also a member of the Los Angeles Airport Police Command Officers Association, and I have been before you before. I have been a member of the Los Angeles Airport Police for 22 years and proudly served every day, sometimes in the detriment of my family. And I do have to say that this is the first time that we have been recognized here in City Council. Working as hard as we have, this to me, as a city employee from the age of 13, I think is very difficult for me here today. I am a nationally recognized instructor for aviation law enforcement and security. I was not asked about whether or not this was a good idea. I provide training for law enforcement agencies, security personnel, aviation experts, and the federal government on airport law enforcement. As a member of my association, with that level of expertise, I was not asked whether this was a good idea. And I am not alone. These officers behind me, my chief, are recognized as the authorities in aviation law enforcement and security. We are requested routinely by other airports to train their officers, to assist them with developing viable policies and procedures for implementation both nationally and internationally. As you consider the motion before you today, a motion that is being portrayed by some again as harmless, a motion that has not been fully explored to understand the full impact it will have not only on aviation security and law enforcement, but the citizens of the city of Los Angeles, I ask that you consider what you currently have and appreciate the prestige and the success the Los Angeles Airport Police bring to the City of Angels. Rewriting these protective sections and of the city charter is the first step to enacting a risky experiment with dangerous repercussions. Again, I go back to the looming question, why? What's the rush to change the city charter when no security risks have been identified? In fact, crime is at an all-time low at Los Angeles International Airport, while arrests are up. The Transportation Security Administration and other agencies have given us nothing but accolades for the job that we are doing. The Los Angeles World Airports has paid over $900,000 for a study that was requested by this council, and now this council is choosing to forego the outcome of that and rush this ballot measure for political expedience. We say vote no on this, let the reports stand, and we can all abide by that and go forward with the safety and security of Los Angeles International Airport and the financial viability that it brings to the citizens of the city of Los Angeles and Southern California.
Thank you very much, Captain Fitzpatrick. Alan Hyde will be our next speaker, to be followed by Leon Nixon, third, and Robert
My
Dibble.
name is Alan Hyde. I'm the commanding officer for the Ontario Airport and a part of the Los Angeles World Airport System. I'm also the president of the Airport Command Officers Association for Los Angeles. I don't want to take a lot of time to reiterate exactly what's been said by my colleagues beforehand, but I do want to urge you to take a long, hard look at what you're doing today, and I'm urging you to vote no on this process. We question the rush. We question why this has to go so quickly. We question why you haven't taken the time or will not take the time to review the CTI study when it's complete. The airport's spending nearly $1 million to have this study done, and yet you're not taking the time to look at that study before you make this decision. We think that you have not taken time for the adequate deliberation or discussion with the parties most affected, and that's the airport police. So we would urge you, please reconsider your yes vote and change it to a no vote. This becomes, down the road, an area of wages, hours, and working conditions, and of course all of you know that that's a meet for issue. So this issue is not going to go away, it's going to get worse. So therefore, the Command Officers Association is asking you, put away the rush, take the time. There is another election coming soon, on the heels of this election. There is no urgency. We ask you to vote no today.
Thank you very much. Leon Nixon.
Mr. President, good afternoon, council members. My name is Leon Nixon, and I'm president of the Los Angeles Airport Police Supervisors Association. And like all of you, we are very interested in safe and secure airports in our city's airport system. That is why we work tirelessly with no less than 15 law enforcement agencies to secure our airports. Our working relationships with all of these fine organizations are outstanding. Our airports are safe and secure. Amending the city's charter, our city's constitution, is not the answer to your questions. A charter amendment is a very serious issue, as you all know, one not to be taken lightly, one that is not easily undone. Before we undertake such a near-permanent task, we owe the hard answers, answering the hard questions to the voters. Right now, we do not have all the facts. There are far too many unanswered questions. Amending the charter does nothing to improve airport security. In fact, there is no empirical evidence that indicates that our airports are not secure. In fact, crime is down, passenger loads are up, as you heard, and agency coordination at our airports is better than it has ever been. An autonomous, highly specialized airport police is an integral part of the airport's business enterprise model. What that means is that in order for us to sell our product, that is concession space, lease space, and the opportunity to do business at one of the world's busiest airports, our customers must be certain that it is safe to do so. There is no shortage of persons wanting to do business with us. That is an indication that the current independent airport police, airport security model is working. The real questions that must be answered before we change our city's charter are these. How much will the voters have to pay for airport police buy-in to a very expensive retirement system? Some say that will cost tens of millions of dollars. How much will the voters have to pay for increased liability insurance coverage for the increased risk of city police instead of specialized, lower-risk airport police? How much will the voters have to pay for training costs for city police officers, most of whom will not stay at the airport? And why hasn't the city met and conferred with labor as required by state law? The proposed charter amendment cannot be based on politics. And someone, Mr. President, recently said, as public officials, you must bend over backwards to make sure you are not using your offices politically. Council members, do not let politics force you to ask the voters to make an uninformed decision. Let the voice of reason prevail. We ask that you do not pursue this ballot measure until you are able to give the voters all of the facts before you ask them their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our last speaker is Robert Dibley.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Robert Dibley. I'm here with the Air Transport Association of America, the trade association for the nation's leading airlines. I'm here today representing our members and all of the 80-plus airlines, passenger and cargo, domestic and international, that serve Los Angeles International Airport. The airlines serving this great city are in sound agreement, as with everybody, that security at LAX should be of paramount concern to all of us. As the primary tenant at the airport, we more than anyone else, may have more at stake when it comes to the issue of security. We have our customers, our crews and employees, our aircraft and other assets, our reputation with the public. That is why we desire an LAX that is safe and secure and maintains a high degree of customer service. Unfortunately, we in the airline community are not supportive of the current effort to restructure the airport police force at this time and eventually merge it with the LAPD as a means of increasing security at LAX, and let me just mention a couple reasons why. First, we're not aware that there exists a glaring lapse in security at LAX right now that warrants a change, a complete overhaul in the structure of LAWA PD. LAWA PD has been effective in maintaining a high degree of security in both the airport's common public areas and the individual terminals. If this were not true, we certainly would not hesitate to raise this matter with LAWA management and especially with you, the City Council. Second, we have no illusions as to who would be responsible for the financial costs associated with potential merger of the two forces, which have been estimated at approximately $45 million initially and an additional $4 million every year thereafter. I know these figures, which were provided to us by LAWA personnel, have been disputed by the city administrative officer, but in rejecting them, no one, including the CAO, has provided a different figure of the associated costs, of what the associated costs would be. And in the end, the additional cost would likely be borne by our industry, which just reported a total loss of 2004 of nearly $10 billion. We can ill afford such a large outlay of capital with no assurance of the tangible benefits enhancing our current LAX operations. Third, we continue to have strong reservations of that merging the two police forces may have potential for violating federal law and policy regarding the use of airport revenue. Now, many around the Horseshoe have assured us, and which we appreciate, that these concerns are unfounded. But until a final proposal is crafted, we will continue to express this concern to you. We do not relish, and I'm sure you don't either, a repeat of the legal dispute on the use of airport revenues, which we experienced here in the 1990s. And finally, we believe putting this issue with the public at this time is premature. You've heard mention of the CTI study, which will go into all of the legal, economic, and operational issues related to possibly merging the two police forces. It's our opinion that rather than moving forward at this time, it would be more prudent to wait the quick and simple 19 days until that study is released at the end of this month. For these reasons, Mr. President and members of the Council, ATA, and the airline serving LAX express our united concern with today's resolution, and we encourage the Council to not rush to judgment and on such a complex and complicated issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dibley. This closes public comment for this issue. We will now take members who wish to be heard on this. There are 5 on the queue, beginning with Ms. Mizikowski, to be followed by Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Zine, and Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate the discussion today, and from the discussion, I think there are some misunderstandings about what this is and what it is not. What it is a question of essentially changing the charter to say or ask the voters, do the voters want the Los Angeles City Council to have the authority to weigh in and participate and perhaps make changes in the future if the City Council determines relative to security at LAX. Members, we just went through a very, very, very long debate through the last year about a master plan at LAX. And that master plan rested with LAWA, rested with the Commission to approve a master plan. But this City Council did adopt a whole new policy that says relative to that master plan, we adopted an ordinance, a specific plan that makes the City Council a partner in the discussion and the project approval of the master plan from here on out. During that discussion, we talked about security. Obviously, security is an interest in everybody's focus. All that this does is, should we change the charter, which leaves solely the authority of providing security at LAX with LAWA and the Board of Airport Commission. This charter change says that the City Council can look at something in the future and by an ordinance change that. I agree with what the Board of Airport Commission has asked for. If the City Council ever in the future were to make such a change, want to make a change in discussion, in partnership with the Board of Airport Commission, we shouldn't do it by a simple majority. We should do it by a 2/3 majority. So 8A, which has been circulated on the desk, is that change to change this language for the charter to say if we change the charter, which says it's the sole authority of the Board of Airport Commission to the City Council by ordinance, the language changes, and the City Attorney has already written all the language to say that it shall be 2/3. So I ask for that as an aye vote. Chief Wilson, you're right. I will say thank you to the men and women of the airport police, because you do, day in and day out, provide security not only to the city residents, and you heard the debate we had here about the resident safety, but you provide that safety day in and day out to all our visitors, everyone who comes through that airport, whether or not they're a resident of this city or not. And I think you are all in agreement that what we want to provide through the study that the board has asked for is what is the best way to continue providing that. It may very well be that the best way is exactly the way that it is today, and there will be no further changes. It may be that there's some variation. I know you've heard and presume that there are those who've made a decision already, and there may be some. But I assure you that who's ever made a decision that they want this to absolutely merge with LAPD are in the minority. I think the majority of people, and you'll hear them speak around here, have an open mind on all they're saying by this charter change is let the City Council participate in that. Let the City Council by ordinance. Security for the whole city, as you just heard us debate for 3 hours here, is the #1 priority. The airport is a part of that security. We think we should be a part of that decision. That's what this does. You look at the ballot title, you look at the language, you look at everything else. It does not mention LAPD. And it's not a subterfuge that it's not mentioning LAPD. It talks about security at LAWA and the ability to not leave that solely with the Board of Airport Commission and LAWA, but to really have the City Council weigh in on it. That's what the charter change is specifically. You're absolutely right. Were there to be changes ever by a report that your board adopts that the City Council thinks is the right way to go, there is meet and confer. There are insurance questions. There are, per the Air Transit Association, a lot of financial questions. All of those have to be put on the table. All of those have to be looked at. But should this Los Angeles City Council, as we debated earlier today, have a role in that debate, that's what this charter section would change, to say yes. As we're going to be spending $11 billion, mostly out of air transit money, federal monies and the like, how should we, in partnership with that, look at providing the best and continued best security at LAWA? And no one, I certainly don't know the answer today. I know that you have very strong opinions, and I think you're right. You should be consulted by the consultants of the airport, and I would ask the commissioners who are here today and the Mr. Green to make sure that the consultants meet with you either individually, you through your organizational support, you through the people who you think should, from the airport police, meet with the consultants, so that that report, although it's going to be out in 19 days, it's going to be a preliminary report with another one to come out late in March, that you do have a sense of buy-in and participation as to what that report says, and then inform us. Then argue with us, or come down here if there is to be an argument as to what other options and why a conclusion is right or wrong and whatever we will say. But I think what this basically says is this is an issue that is big, it's important to all of us in the city of Los Angeles, and the charter, I think, should reflect that change, that the city council should play that role. And I agree, 8A says if we ever come to conclusion in what that role shall be or would be to change anything, it should take a 2/3 vote of the council. If the mayor vetoes that, it would then take a 3/4 vote, or 12 members of the city council. It would take that high a level of threshold for us to be arguably on the same page. So that's what this is about, and I hope that helps to clarify some of the issues.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Our next speaker is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank all the men and women of the airport police for coming down here today. Unless we are nervous about the security at the airport right now, I understand that all of these officers either took a vacation day or are here on their time off. So we really do appreciate you coming down here today. And let me say, I probably don't have the right to apologize on behalf of some of my colleagues, but I will, because I think some of the comments that have been made here on the council floor and in the paper have absolutely done you such a disservice and have really been something that I have been ashamed of, that those remarks were made about you, because over the years there has never been one shred of evidence to suggest that in any way, in any incident, during any year, whether it be before 9/11 or after, that the airport police officers have not in every instance responded in a way that was most appropriate and most reliable and to the utmost security of the airline industry, to the passengers, and to everyone who works in and around LAX International Airport. So thank you for your service, and I am sorry for the disparaging remarks that have been made. And if we ever had to compare rogue officers of LAPD or the airport police, I venture to say that we would have many more instances of rogue officers in the LAPD. We are discussing 2 instances that happened most recently right now in the history of LAPD. So you all have a great record. You have a fine record. And it's unfortunate that we were never able to bring that up in a less contentious debate, but so be it. Colleagues, you're right. Today, we're not merging the airport police with the LAPD. We're talking about putting something on the ballot that lifts that wall of security. But let's face it, that's exactly why we're doing it. We want to remove that so that in the future, the City Council will have more authority to change the configuration of the airport police, which is amazing to me because voters, Dennis, you remember this, in 1999, the voters overwhelmingly approved our charter reform. And our charter reform was based on giving the mayor actually more power, the City Council less power, and putting more power into citizen commissions in and around the city of Los Angeles. And the voters believed us when we said the 2 police forces that should be protected, of all the police forces protected, it was the Port Police and the Airport Police, because we believed then, and I don't think anything has changed now, that those 2 police forces deserved to protect those 2 very different jurisdictions in the city of Los Angeles. It is not normal policing for the airport police. It is not normal policing for the harbor. Those are two very specialized, highly trained police forces. And as we heard today in our previous discussion, it's up to the whim of a police chief, and unfortunately you want it to be up to the whim of a city council that we actually change the configuration. And a police chief in the future could, if they were the same police force, deploy police officers away from the airport and put them in other areas of the city of Los Angeles. There are so many unanswered questions, colleagues. We just voted today on the Commerce Committee to allow the Van Nuys Airport to begin remodeling property for the airport police. LAWA will pay for that. How are we going to untangle those things in the future if those become LAPD officers and not airport police officers? How do we police Ontario? There's so many unanswered questions. And I would say, what's the rush? What is the rush? We have a study that you asked for, Councilman Weiss. And for us to move forward today without hearing the facts of that study on whether or not we can improve the security or what model we want to use. And I'll tell you, there have been other airports in the country that have actually merged their city police and their airport police and found it to be not what they wanted and went the other way and unmerged them. We should really study the facts before we put this before the voters.
Ms. Hahn, can I ask you to conclude, please?
It's, again, if we find out that a different model will work, if we want something that is a unified command, if we want some LAPD officers, some airport, whatever the model it is, don't you think we should put that before the voters before we ask them to change our charter, Dennis? Don't you think we should have all the facts before the voters? If we want to in the future, we can change the charter. But to lift that veil of security before we have the facts is just irresponsible on our fact. And let me remind you, and I'll conclude with this, the voters, I don't care whether it's an LA Times poll or a Fairbank poll, the voters don't think we are going in the right direction, and they don't trust what we do. So why would we give that to a future city council instead of leaving it where it belongs with the general manager of the airport?
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Our next speaker will be Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Council President. And I want to thank in particular Ms. Misikowski. We had a number of discussions leading up to this debate today that have resulted in putting before the council what is a consensus document. And I want to echo what she said at the beginning of our debate, which is that the measure before us, and I understand and I appreciate your passion about this, Ms. Hahn, the measure before us does not merge one department into another. But this is, we live in a different world than we lived in when the charter was changed in 1999. This is the post-9/11 world, but we don't have a post-9/11 charter. We have a charter which simply does not prevent any level of changes formally to be made with respect to the policing structure at LAX. And we need to provide policymakers with the flexibility to make any necessary changes. Now, we had a very emotional morning here earlier today, and Chief Bratton was here. I'm sure you saw a number of other officials with the police department involved in public safety who were here as well. I wish they were still here, but they're not here now. But I would ask all of you to please remember the conversation that we had on this just 2 or 3 weeks ago. We had a very extensive discussion in council that addressed all of the issues that have been raised today. And just to take one, for example, Mr. Dibley referred to some fiscal concerns. Well, Mr. Fujioka, Mr. Miller, and Chief Bratton were very clear that there will be no fiscal impact on the airport by any proposal that would happen, because under federal law, airport monies need to stay at the airport and be used for the airport. Indeed, Mr. Fujioka went further and explained how, in his view, any action in the future that we might take would have a positive fiscal impact on this city. Given the debate we had this morning, I don't see how that's the sort of advice that we can afford to neglect right now. What I'm not going to do, and I appreciate the folks who are here from the Airport Police Department, and I appreciate the statements that they made about their professionalism, and they're here today because they are dedicated to the cause, and I very much appreciate that. I'm not going to go into a discussion because I really don't think it benefits anybody in terms of what issues have occurred over the past 2 years that have brought this to the fore. But the reality is that we need to be able to make changes that are necessary for public safety. The current structure of the charter simply doesn't give us that potential. And so this charter change, certainly in the post 9/11 world, is necessary, appropriate, and as Ms. Misakowski pointed out, it goes no further than that. Indeed, one thing that I agreed to after discussions with Ms. Misakowski and with Commissioner Zivkin and Commissioner Peterson was the 2/3 requirement. That was something that you spoke to very passionately. Another thing that that we now see in the measure that is before you would grant not just the council the ability to make changes, but the mayor the ability to make changes. Right now, under the charter, under the structure of the charter, the mayor does not, and Ms. Misakowski and I talked about this, the mayor does not have the authority, and Mr. Ludlow and I were talking about this, the mayor does not have the authority to implement formal security changes. Under the proposal before all of us today, the mayor would have that authority. And I'm very pleased to remind all of you that Jim Hahn, the mayor of Los Angeles, supports this, and Mr. McCosker, his chief of staff, has been before us in the past and has been at committee supporting the measure that is before you. So I recognize and appreciate the passion that we've heard today, but we do need to give policymakers the flexibility to make appropriate changes, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Our next speaker is Mr. Zion, to be followed by Mr. Labange and Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Janice Hahn, you mentioned that we should let the voters decide. You mentioned that earlier with the half-cent sales tax. Let the voters decide. That's what this is about. Let the voters decide. We set policy, and I'll be very candid with the airport police since I've worked in law enforcement for 37 years. This reminds me of the execution. The execution is going to happen at midnight, and it's 11:45, and here you folks are. And I'm not going to embarrass your representatives, but where have they been? Where have they been trying to do and represent you folks and the good you've done? We hadn't heard anything until now about the crime reduction. There's been some embarrassing stories on the media, some very embarrassing stories, and I'm sure you're all embarrassed. I, as a law enforcement officer, are embarrassed with those stories. And that's all about leadership. And that's about running an organization in a professional manner. And when some people get caught with their hand in a cookie jar, we admit fault, but we also defend the actions of the people who were there doing the right thing. And when I saw those news reports, like everyone else, it wasn't shocking, because I've been around for many, many years, but it was sadness that that would take place. But the good that's been done has not been disseminated to the people of Los Angeles. The fact that crime is down is what you should be waving the flag on. And the fact that some officers did wrong, they should suffer the consequences for their errors. And for the good cops, someone has to stand behind them and say, we appreciate what you've done. I was a charter commissioner with Janice Hahn. When this issue came before the Charter Commission, we said, let's protect the airport, let's protect the port. And we did that. And I remember when Mr. Driscoll was the general manager of LAX, and I met with him, and he said, and I was just a commissioner, not a councilman, so it was Dennis at that time, but it's okay. I'm responsible for the airport. I'm responsible for safety at the airport. Something happens, they come to me, the general manager. They don't go to the police chief, the fire chief. They come to me, the general manager, and I need to maintain security at the airport. It's under my obligation. This focus has come around because there's been no one defending what the good folks have done at the airport. That's the issue. No one's been defending. No one's been speaking out on behalf of the good work that's been done. And I've got friends that work the airport police, and some of them called me and said the investigations that took place weren't thorough. And I look at management and say, those investigations, while they're not open to the public, maybe the commission should look and see if they were thorough investigations. And those officers that didn't do right need to suffer the consequences. I don't know if they have to be fired or disciplined or whatever the case may be, but if the allegations are true that you don't answer radio calls for help, that you're taking extended breaks, there's discipline in place. It doesn't mean you have to lose your job over it, but some action has to be taken to correct that. And for the supervisors, when an officer doesn't handle the call, that's the supervisor's job to find out why they didn't handle that call and to follow up on that. That's just basic elementary leadership and supervision. I didn't see that being done, and I didn't see anyone coming to the aid and defense of you. The last time this came up, Councilmember Hahn was the only one that said, don't put this on the ballot. And when CTI came to our public safety meeting on Monday, I specifically asked him, have you spoken to the union representatives? They said, yes, we did. And what I'm hearing today, they haven't done that. I want to see this thoroughly examined, and I want to make sure the airport is safe. I, like many of my colleagues and the people of LA, have to go to the airport. And it's not a joy to go to the airport. Not because you're not doing your job, but because of the traffic, because of the gridlock, because of the lack of parking. But as far as safety, I feel safe at the airport. I feel that I'm going to be safe and my car is going to be safe. I feel safe, and you're doing a great job with that. But this has evolved because of a couple situations, and yes, is it blown out of proportion? Let's chop the head off. And that's exactly what this is all about, because of the concern that's been generated about who is leading what and what is being done to maintain that professional organization. You're all sworn police officers, post-trained, armed with a badge to protect the public. But I ask your representatives, what have you done to convey that, not only to this council, but to the public of Los Angeles, the good that's been done at the airport, the reduction in crime, and the safety of the Los Angeles International Airport. That's what's important, the message that has not been sent out. And that's the message that has to be sent out. I support the study, almost $1 million for that study. And I've met with your commissioners. They're very passionate about this. They're very concerned about this. And I don't want to see things fall apart.
Mr. Zine?
But when there's negative, there's also positive. The positive not been generated.
Thank you.
Am I done?
That's to include, yep. A couple minutes over.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for my passion to try and keep public safety where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Never apologize for passion. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, to the police officers of the airport, thank you. To the commissioners, thank you. To the representative of the aviation industry, thank you for coming here today. I do support this discussion, but I'm very cautious because if we put everything in one situation, like the housing authority right now is under the LAPD, right? No. Well, who's under the LAPD, right? Now, it's 2:30 in the afternoon, so it's 5.5 hours from 9 o'clock. How many times do you think a LAPD cruiser was in a housing project as compared to zero? That scares me, Dennis. Does that mean that's against the argument that you're trying to make? That I feel that sometimes the department does strain everything, and there's a difference. I had the good fortune of going down to Florida over the weekend and went through their airport, went through our airport, and there's a difference in how we all work. I think the problem we have sometimes is if we all are under one roof. And Jack, I want you to listen because you're the maker of the motion, Jack. Could you listen? Okay? Because you get mad at me when I call you out, but when I talk, I listen to you, and I want you to listen to me. Okay? So that's all. That's all. It's just real important. Because when I see the function of the city of Los Angeles, the most important thing is that we're city of Los Angeles. We're public servants, whether we're city council people, whether we're hard-working sanitation workers, whether we're airport police or firefighters, we're all working for the people. But we all have to work together is the big key. That's the key. A study, a $900,000 study is being done, and we're going to make a decision before that. I know there's a lot of feeling towards this consensus to go that way. But that's not something that we usually recommend. We usually have the study, and then we make a determination. So that's my problem. Could someone help me and explain to me what I should do? I don't know if Mr. Fujioka is still here or Mr. Miller. I'm cautious if you could answer the question for me on the study issue. We're spending $900,000 for a study. Should we withhold this until the study is in? So that's the question.
Ultimately, Mr. Labange, that's up to the council.
No, but like in your office, you order a study, right? You ever order studies?
Sure.
You want to see the study first before you make the determination, right?
To make a determination to consolidate or to make any changes, you absolutely need to see the study, and before I make any recommendation to the council, we want to see the study. What is before you is elimination of a prohibition of making any changes. It's not making changes.
Is there any other like prohibitions out there other than the airport?
There's a similar prohibition with the harbor.
Anything else? Does Water and Power have this
Not offhand.
prohibition?
Well, I mean, there are a number of restrictions in the charter, but dealing specifically with, safety and security and policing functions, it would just be airports and harbor.
I see Chief Moore is here from West Los Angeles, West Bureau. Could I ask Chief maybe if he wanted to make a statement?
Mr. President, members of the council, a couple points, if I could. First of all, is to the dedication of resources. Unlike the Housing Authority, when the Housing Authority was disbanded, the Los Angeles City, you may have required, was asked and requested. Actually, I remember I was at a city council meeting out in North Valley when this issue was posed to Chief Bratton nearly 2 years ago. And the LAPD did not absorb those responsibilities willingly. The added obligation of replacing the Housing Authority police officers that were disbanded, the department has absorbed as a matter of agency of last resort, unlike the situation that's posed here today with the consideration of the police and security services at LAX. LAX is assured by federal statute as law and was expressed here by Chief Bratton, and has been reaffirmed by a number of other people within city government, that there is no intention to pull resources away from LAX in this in what's being considered here. What is being considered here, quite simply, is the ability to enable the mayor or the city council, and for that extent, to that matter, the Board of Airport Commissioners, to determine who will provide the security and police services. As the charter, as I understand it, is presently constructed, and Mr. Merkin was here, and I'd ask that he might be better able to address this in some formal language.
Counselor, I like this, Counselor. Mr. Merkin,
but,
you have a great history.
Mr. Labange, the charter as presently constructed does not even allow the airport commissioners, as I understand it, to change the existence of that police division. That is unique, as I understand it, within the city charter framework. And so this is not just a matter that this would change and allow the city council and the mayor to initiate action and change, but what is presently written, as the charter is presently written, even the Board of Airport Commissioners, the governing commission body, cannot change the way the police department is operated. And I'll leave the rest of that to Mr. Merkin.
Counselor.
If I may respectfully disagree with the chief here, just a bit here. The charter now provides that the airport police are under the independent and autonomous control of the department. The head of the department is the Board of Airport Commissioners, so they have ultimate authority over the airport police. Now, the question about disbanding, I think that's a fair inference that if we haven't actually had this question presented about the Board of Airport Commissioners abolishing the airport police, but it's a fair interpretation, we could say, that there is to be an airport police, and they're under the control of the department. What this amendment is about is to remove this guarantee of independence and autonomy, and so that will go with the proposed amendment. And
But when we go to before the voters, what would we be asking them? And would they think that See, I wouldn't want any harm to be done to anybody who's dedicated and hardworking right now, hour by hour, by this, what's the argument going to say on the ballot?
Well, the ballot title talks about allowing for the reorganization under the current charter procedures to allow for transfers, some or all of the authority away from the Department of Airports.
To what?
To allow it. It doesn't require it. It simply would allow it, and that all depends upon later events. What could happen is, there are a number of scenarios. One scenario is nothing happens. There are studies, and for one reason or another, nothing at all happens and the status quo remains just as it is today. Another possibility at the other extreme would be a radical reorganization of the security and law enforcement at the airports, where you would have a transfer away of all of that authority to, whether it's the police department or to a newly created department or to some other governmental agency.
Can I just say, what does the TSA think about this? The federal agency, do they have an opinion?
As I understand it, they are remaining out of this discussion. They are a partner with all agencies that are there and have a role at their federal level. As to the determination of police services from the municipal level, that is a local concern that they have not taken a position on, is my understanding.
Mr. President, on my time, I'm sorry. Yeah, you betcha, Commissioner, I apologize.
No. You know, before he does though, and I'm gonna probably echo what Councilwoman Mizikowski said. We are not deciding today on whether or not we should merge, and with that, eliminate the airport police. We're looking at changing the process. But the question of whether or not we should merge will be addressed, or maybe not even, but will not be addressed until many other actions are taken. Because I'm sure, like the financial impact was mentioned earlier. I'm sure that prior to making that next decision, you'll ask our office in CLA to come back with a very comprehensive financial impact statement. You'll ask us to address the employee relations impact. The study will come forward. We'll look at that study. But that's in the future. Today's decision is not to merge, is not to consolidate, is not to eliminate the
But on the
airport
ballot,
police.
what will it say?
It'll speak to the change in the process.
It won't talk about going to the
Instead of the
LAPD.
prohibition, but that now it would become a possibility through an ordinance, through an action taken by the city council.
Commissioner.
Councilmember Labange, I think what's unfortunate, in my business, I think as in your business, perception becomes its own reality, and it may not always be the real reality. So the perception that's been created during the course of this process is that the proposed charter change means a change in security at the airport. The proposed charter change means the elimination of the airport's police as an independent entity. That has been the inference that has been created. The other part that's unfortunate is that because of timing issues, there is a feeling that this be placed on the ballot, and you have to act this week in order to put it on this ballot in May while this study is ongoing. But I think if we could clarify the understanding that, and try and eliminate what's gone before, that putting this on the ballot does not mean that there will be necessarily a change in security at the airport. It definitely does not mean that there will be a merger of police departments. There may be something where nothing is done. There may be something where something is done that's in between. Security at the airport is a very complex matter involving all kinds of local and federal agencies.
Since that's a complex matter, will the ballot argument be that way?
I think what's going to happen is the ballot will be the ballot, and then the argument about whether or not that ballot should pass will be that way.
Mr. Counselor?
Yeah, well, the first thing you have on the ballot, of course, is the ballot title. The actual ballot has the ballot title, which is before you.
which is what? Could you read it to me right now?
I can indeed. The heading of the ballot title reads, Removal of Restrictions on Reorganization of Security and Law Enforcement Authority at the city's airport facilities. That's the heading. There's a question then is put to the voters, which is this. Shall the city charter be amended to allow the reorganization of security and law enforcement authority at Los Angeles International Airport and other city-owned airports by employing current charter procedures to transfer some or all of that authority to other city departments or offices or to other governmental entities? Question mark. That is the question the voters will have before them, and they will then, of course, in the voter information pamphlet, have the CLA's impartial analysis along with the text of the actual charter amendment.
Will they have the study by the airport department? The study?
As part of the voter information pamphlet? I would defer to the city clerk on that. My understanding is you would only have the arguments for and against in addition to the materials I mentioned to you.
Right. Do you know in the ballot argument for, will it mention LAPD at all? Will the, you know, or are we just going to be saying it's the administrative discussion?
Well, the ballot arguments are going to be drafted by the impartial summary, I can tell you, will not in any way deal with LAPD, because that is not going to be before the voters.
Right.
It will not deal with any proposed changes, because that's not before the voters. It would deal strictly with the removal of a prohibition of making changes in the future should the mayor and council determine that that would be the case.
Right.
Mr. LeBon, the voter information pamphlet will include the ballot title in question that was just read to you, impartial summary by the CLA, a financial impact statement by the CAO, the actual text of the charter amendment. We usually also have a simplified version of the ballot issue. And then if authors are designated, then there will be authors for and against, or just for, or just against, whatever is designated. Then they will make their arguments whether or not this measure should pass. Okay, so that's what goes in the pamphlet. There will not
And
be
it's
a
First
study.
Amendment. They could write anything they want.
Well, the authors of the argument are responsible for certifying that what they say in the argument is true and accurate.
Okay. And the authors are selected by the President of the City Council?
With concurrence of the Rules and Elections Committee.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Reyes.
A lot of my questions were being asked by my colleagues already, and I just want to rise and thank the men and women who are joining us today. I am grateful for your hard work. I do have family use the airport. Folks who don't speak English and are guided by your service, and I just want to thank you for your hard work. What I do find unsettling is, on the one hand, we're sending a message that there's something wrong with the airport at the with the police there. That's why we have to make this change. That's the inference, as has been stated by the commissioner. That does bother me because we usually look at studies. We usually look at the issues. We try to understand the fiscal impact, just like the debate we had earlier. And here we're moving on this. And I understand this doesn't mean we're going to do it, but it opens the gate. It kind of it triggers a process that might have its own bias. In and of itself, just because we're willing to go this far without a study. That's what I find troublesome. And I'm not sure if that's the kind of precedent we want to set. But I understand what we're doing here. All we're saying, we're lifting the gate to make it possible. But that in of itself, is, in my mind, is sending a message. And I hate to send a message like that without quantifying, without studying, without looking at the real assessment, and understanding what the impacts are. And there is an issue of reputation. What have we done through the force of reputation? And that's very real. And for that, I apologize too. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think what I just want to make one more point is that we lose no time in moving forward with studying the possibilities of either merging or changing the modeling of security at the airport by not putting this on the May ballot. Is that grammatically correct? What I'm saying is, we're doing the study. We're going to get the results of the study. We can take that information. Nothing prevents us, am I correct, Mr. City Attorney? Nothing prevents us from moving forward with studying, with modeling, with coming back with a plan to merge, coming back with a plan to make a mixture of airport police, LAPD, come back with a plan on a unified command and what that would look like. Does anything prevent us from doing that now?
No.
That's what I want to tell you, colleagues. We can do all that you want to do. If you're interested in changing the structure, if you're interested in looking at another modeling of security at the airport, if you're even looking at, which we know many of you are, in the merger, nothing prevents us right now from taking the results of the study and doing all that. We still, I believe, at the end of the day, if we even put this on the ballot next year, have not lost any time in terms of the ultimate objective of improving security. That's all I'm asking you. I think for the morale of our men and women at the airport, I think of the integrity of putting something before the voters with all information at hand. I think for the idea of not rushing, not putting the cart before the horse, I would ask you today to delay putting this charter amendment on the ballot in May. It is premature, and it does not prevent you from doing, or any future city council, from doing everything you want to do to get to a point where we have a plan of a changed security or not at the airport before the voters of Los Angeles. Please delay this vote, colleagues. I make that a motion.
Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Labange seconds. And are there other members of the council wishing to be heard on this item at this time? Seeing none, then we have a couple of votes to take here. Madam Clerk, the first vote?
The first vote then would be, Councilmember Han's motion would be to delay the vote until the study is ended.
Okay, is that clear? A yes vote will, in essence, return this back to committee until the study is back from LAWA. A no vote allows us to vote on the matter today. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that does not carry. And so the matter is now before us.
Yes, and there is an amending motion by Councilmember Miskowski that is to be included.
Okay. Is there any objection to that amending motion? If not, let's take the matter as amended. Please open the roll. Roll is open. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
That is approved.
And the order is over for 1 week to February 16th.
See you back in 1 week. And that brings us to item number 9.
Yes.
If we can have the city clerk come forward and briefly explain the content of item number 9, please.
Item number 9 before you is a proposed charter amendment that would remove language from the city charter relative to the ballot tallying, vote tally procedures for recall elections, and it would put our charter in line with recent court rulings that ruled that the current language in the charter is unconstitutional, and that was a case that came out of the gubernatorial recall election.
Any questions or comments on this item? I know a couple of council members had questions earlier, but if there's no questions at this time on this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That one is approved on first reading. Next item, please.
I believe item 5 was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, are we ready with item 5? Let's give him a second on that one and come to item number 6, called special by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Again, colleagues, thank you for your patience. This is a motion that brings the business community to collaborate with us in a solution that makes economic sense for the city's residents and the businesses. We're trying to take advantage of momentum that the river revitalization has already generated. We need to find ways to remove plastic bags and styrofoam from the river. We've been mandated by the state and EPA that the city of LA must reach zero waste in the LA River by 2010, only 5 years away. Both Prop 15 and Prop O created the infrastructure to clean the water before it gets to the ocean, but does nothing to remove the trash from the current locations in the rivers and streams. So through this task force, we want to engage the retailers, manufacturers, distributors of these products, so we can have a responsibility to assist in the cleaning up of our waterways. It makes economic sense that removing plastic, which acts as a visual graffiti in our river, and creating markets for recycling is a win-win situation for everyone. So we need to reach our goal, as you know, of 70% diversion rate for the year 2013. Our TMDL mandates for trash is 0% by 2010. The measures we will need to implement must be beyond the fuzzy hotlines and good intentions. We must show and showcase accomplishments. So bottom line, this task force is to address this need to remove plastic bags and trash in the river, put together a task force to do it in a manner that's business friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is Alex Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I just wanted to stand up not only to speak in support of this, but really to compliment Councilmember Reyes, who is ahead of the curve on this issue. I think the day that the motion came in, or the day after the motion came in, many of us read in one of the local newspapers what is happening in San Francisco and maybe some other jurisdictions where there's a surcharge when people go to the grocery store for every plastic bag that is used to bag their groceries and that they take home. And I think there was an immediate assumption because of the timing of the motion and that newspaper article that the city of Los Angeles was seeking to do the same thing. And so I think it's especially important to recognize Mr. Reyes' forward thinking on this, and also because of his quotes in the news reports that I've seen, him articulating, look, we would rather not go to those extreme measures. We'd rather not to go to those draconian measures out of respect to the economic situation of a lot of the city's residents. So we don't think that's necessarily the first step you should ever take. That's one of the last steps you should ever take. And so to pull a private sector coalition together to work with the city and figure out ways to really reduce the amount of trash going into the river overall, but with I believe it was 34% of that trash being plastic bags, it's a way to really cut to the core of a big element of that problem. Just as we praised the police chief earlier for doing a great job with the resources he has by using them as effectively and as efficiently as possible, I think Mr. Reyes is also asking us to think in ways that are very cost efficient but very effective and beneficial in solving a problem here. So I just wanted to praise you, Mr. Reyes, for this item. I support it and look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. No other speakers on the queue. We'll call the roll. Tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That item is approved. Next item.
Madam President, item number 5 is still on the desk, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Anything further on item number 5? Seeing none, let's open the roll on item number 5. Let's close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. So 5 and 6 are done. Colleagues, the balance of the items are closed session items. We do have one special motion that has been brought in. Let's go to the special first. Madam Clerk.
And the maker of the motion will speak to the findings on that one.
Mr. Reyes on special 1.
Yes, colleagues, I was told I'm putting this forward, Rule 23, for one simple reason. Right now, we have social services, we have nonprofits for right now planning for programs because of the workloads ahead of them over the summer and next year. Yet we know and we realize that there will be cuts. The sooner they are notified, the sooner they are told that this is imminent, it's going to happen, for me, it brings to bear the urgency of this. Every day counts for these nonprofits. Every day that they have to get ready for the cutbacks will make a difference in someone's life. These are our constituents. These are our bosses. We should be giving them as much flexibility as possible to get ready for these cutbacks. That is the urgency that I see. It's the urgency that I see in our city. And I believe this matter allows us to act on Rule 23 because every day counts, especially when you look at the different breaks in schedules. I believe in April, some of the funding either gets cut off or begins, and June for other programs. So they're only 2 months away, 2-3 months away, and we're talking about layoffs and the cutback in services. So I do believe it's an urgency, and in light of the discussion today, in light of our votes today, we are making the necessary steps to prioritize one matter over another. And it's unfortunate that many of the services that we have that are funded by block grant, by federal funds, by state funds, by county funds will no longer be there within the next 2 to 3 months. And for those reasons, I feel we need to do a Rule 23. Thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard on the findings? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. On the motion itself, anybody wishing to be heard on the motion? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We'll send that forthwith.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. And now, members, the only matters remaining on the desk for closed session items. It's 3 o'clock. There's nothing that can't be continued. We can either go into closed session and consider the 6 items or so that we have today, or we can continue them until Tuesday. Do we have a preference? Mr. Smith?
Mr. President, on the, not on this item, I wanted to ask that we go back into the special session so we can move that item forthwith on, on my item on the funding of police officers.
Do we need to re-enter the special meeting for that? Okay, it's done.
Let's go for it.
Anything before going into closed session? Members, do we prefer closed session today or Tuesday? Unless I hear an objection, we're going to do it today. We do have committees.
At 2 o'clock.
There's nothing that can't be continued until Tuesday, Mr. Labange. Okay. Sounds like a new consensus. Any objection to continuing them till Tuesday? Seeing none, all the closed session. No.
You can do this in public open session.
I'm sorry, I didn't use my microphone.
Okay, I know there's one, besides the one that needs direction.
I take back my
I'd move the
motion and
recommendation of the
refer to the Rhodes Scholar.
I'd move the recommendations of all except, what's the item number that needs direction? 19, if there's no objection. We saw this in Budget and Finance. I think people can
And then
feel comfortable.
continue item 19 till Tuesday?
Sure.
I second that.
Okay, everybody's read their closed session materials.
Good stuff.
Ms. Misikowski.
Is there just a motion to move it? Yeah. I'm just going to add that with the specific title relative to interim, the salary be included.
Okay. We should go into close on that one. Let's continue that one until Tuesday. Okay? So 19 and item number 2 from the special meeting agenda. Continue until Tuesday on the balance of the items. Let's open the roll on all the city attorney recommendations. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved forthwith on the necessary items. And if there's nothing further at this time, colleagues, do we have any announcements?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and
And
referred.
there is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Reyes requested to be excused Friday, February 11th to arrive at 11:30. A motion is required.
Mr. Smith moves. Mr. Reyes is excused.
And that clears the desk.
Mr. Smith.
Just for those wishing to attend, the Transportation Committee meeting will be 15 minutes from now.
Okay. Mr. Reyes?
Our Columbus should have started at 2, so we'll start in about 15 minutes. Gives us a chance to get up there.
Okay. Any other announcements, colleagues? Do we have adjourning motions today? Do we have adjourning motions today? Okay, please rise for adjourning motions. Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think I've been able to tell many of you, if not everyone, that it's a very sad occasion today to have the council adjourn in the memory of Dr. Marjorie Browdy. She passed away Tuesday night after some complications relative to surgery. But as we all know and remember here, it was just last year that Marjorie, who is well known to all of us, was named the Pioneer Woman from the 11th Council District. And in fact, in a large way, she was really a pioneer woman for all the women for the city of Los Angeles, because we know that Dr. Browdy was the leader of the formation of the Domestic Violence Task Force that is now something that is celebrating a 10th year. She was the leader of working with the police department and the district attorney and the city attorney in terms of domestic violence prosecution that wasn't just going to be stovepipe, but was going to be across the board. And we have DART teams in the Los Angeles Police Department today because of Dr. Browdy. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who is more committed to women's issues, children, and their families, and was able to help promulgate change in this city and how the city looks at the issues affecting women and children, particularly that of the most sensitive nature of domestic abuse, and make changes in the city. Marjorie graduated from the University of Chicago School of Medicine in 1950, and we can know how unusual that was for a woman in that era. Marvin often joked that, we hear about couples today, one partner putting another through law school or medical school, and usually in the history has always been it is the wife who works to support the man going through those additional educational experiences. But Marvin went to work to help finish and help support Marjorie finishing medical school. She came out with a degree in psychiatry and was medically licensed in the state of California in 1952. She has done many, many other things, being awarded from other organizational groups, particularly in the medical field, the professional field, and the field of women's issues from a number of prominent arenas. She is survived by obviously Marvin, a daughter, Ann, and Ann's husband, Andy, and 2 grandchildren, and her daughter, Liza, and her sister, Carol Moss. The services will be conducted on Sunday at 2 p.m. at University Synagogue. Rabbi Freeling has been working with the family and setting that up, and I'm sure that many members will want to be able to be there. But I'm asking that all members adjourn in the memory of a woman who helped change the way we do things and effectuated that change in the city in terms of focusing on women and those women most in need and most having cried out for help in the past. Dr. Browdy was there to hear them, and because of her passion, made changes today that all of us hear them all the time.
All members. Other tributes? Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Devin Brown, 13 years old, who was tragically killed on Sunday, February 6th. Certainly would like to extend the deepest sympathy from the City Council to his family, particularly his mother, Evelyn Davis. And this is something which, having been out on the city streets yesterday at 83rd and Western, is something that this city is going to go through as it relates to the anxiety and some of the tension that this incident has occurred. And so we'd like to ensure that this council goes on record of extending our condolences and sympathy.
Ms. Perry.
I would like to add my name to that. Or, all members.
Members.
Okay, great.
Other tributes? Ms. Perry?
Yes, I had a request this morning from a longtime friend, Willis Edwards, asking on behalf of the National Board of Directors of the NAACP to adjourn in memory of Ossie Davis, who was a great actor distinguished for his roles dealing with racial injustice on stage, screen, and in real life. He passed away last Friday at the age of 87. He was a writer, actor, and director and producer for theater and in Hollywood, and was a central figure among African-American performers for the last 5 decades. He and his wife, Ruby Dee, celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary in 1998 with the publication of a dual autobiography, In This Life Together. His very first film, No Way Out, was in 1950. He and his wife were honored in 2004 as recipients receiving the Kennedy Center Honors. When he was not on stage or camera, he was deeply involved in civil rights issues and efforts to promote the cause of African Americans in the entertainment industry. His career as an actor began in 1939 with the Rose McClendon Players in Harlem, then the center of black culture in America. He also was a veteran and spent nearly 4 years in the service during World War II, mainly as a surgical technician in an army hospital in Liberia, serving both wounded troops and local inhabitants. After the war, he met his wife, and they spent many years developing their careers, joining forces with other prominent leaders to speak out against racial injustice. His accomplishments are many and well documented, and as a memorial to this great man who contributed much to our city locally, flags will fly at half-staff tomorrow here in front of City Hall to mark his passing.
Mr. Park seconds that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.